the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Got it. We got it? Oh, yes, we do. Good morning, boys and girls. We are surviving. We are thriving. We are here again for you on a hump day. Welcome aboard. We will try to survive as long as we can today with the voice. We do feel a little better. I will say we do feel a little better. And actually, I feel a little better because I'm taking advantage of the market right now, too. While others are panicking and there's blood in the streets, I just bought some Luna because that Luna thing went crazy and it completely dumped. It's under $1 right now. That thing was over $100. So if somehow Doquan figures it out and bounces back, throw $30 or $40 away, get 40 shares. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there because I don't even know if he'll be able to fix the stable coin. He got sabotaged, which was like kind of crazy. But I mean, this is kind of where we're at. You know what I mean? It's the initial stages. So some of these things are going to end up happening. Anyway, so we are going to have some fun. Last night, I will admit, I thought that he would pull one out, but a really tight one. And if you've been following our liquor split matchups of the night, you have to go exactly opposite of what I say because that's really what's been happening. I don't know if you're about 80% of the time that's what's been going on. But anyway, so I was a little nervous. And one of the things I told you guys, because a lot of you were into this silliness of Duncan Robinson and three-point shooting, and you know, you completely missed the entire boat. As I told you, it was all about defense and toughness. And the problem was, and I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday about this, last 20 games of the season, they were kind of in cruise control, man. They weren't really, you know, fighting for anything. So if you noticed that team defense was not really as present, right? And then in this series, it disappeared. It wasn't there yet. And the ass kickings in Philadelphia, I think, kind of finally woke them up. And the only thing I said, well, let Embiid get his, stop everybody else. But they did a great job of limiting Embiid's touches, yet at the same time going after everybody else. You know what I mean? And that was impressive yesterday. It was hungry defense. It wasn't about stinking Duncan Robinson. Look, Duncan Robinson is a nice kid, and he's a hell of a shooter. But any of you out there that thought that was the answer, you don't know what the hell you were talking about there. And just admit it. Take the L. That's all. Take the L. Had nothing to do with Duncan Robinson. Had nothing to do with three-point shooting either. That was the other silliness. Has to do with Heat defense. Got to play D. You have to play D. And they stepped up. They were tough yesterday. They got it done. I don't know if my voice will get it done, but they got it done yesterday. And that's what was impressive yesterday, that they finally got back to playing that tough Heat defense. And that's what got them over the top. That was impressive, man. Damn. My voice gave out within minutes again. I figured, I feel better, but a little too hot. I feel better, but I thought I would actually, get through a little bit more, be able to do a little bit more, but it's going to be tough. I'll tell you, we've got the guys at the top of the hour on Inside the Paint. So that'll give me a little time also to rest a little bit throughout, but I'm going to do my best to try to get through this. It's just one of those things. I feel better physically today, but it's whatever's in my system. So we got to get it out of my system. So I appreciate it. Greater Good says, Big O Show past 12,400 subscribers. The growth of the show keeps on trucking. Yes, every day we grow. Every day we get bigger. It is a blessing to do what we're doing every single day, and to have the support that you guys are giving us every day is also just absolutely amazing. Big O's throat is better on hump day. I don't know. Audio is off. Is that true? Nobody's. Let me see. Okay. Is the audio better now? Are we better? Give me the thumbs up, thumbs down. Is the audio better now? I think I fixed it. Not sure, but if it's the way Sean taught me, I think I fixed it. Not sure. You tell me. Give me the yay or nay on the chat board there. Yes, good now. Okay. All right. I just wish my voice was better. And I apologize. I'm trying to get through this, but, physically I feel better. I got to get this out of my system. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things that I can't do anything about it. And so once I get this out of my system, then I'm all right. I slept a lot. I got to tell you, yesterday I got off the air and I went right to bed. I shut everything down and I went right to bed. And I woke up at like 5:30 something. I got up. I watched a little Hallie Jackson. Then I went and watched the Heat. I think that's what I did. Ate some dinner, and that's it. And I've only eaten once every day. Dinner. That's it. I haven't had any food. I mean, I don't even have to fast. I don't feel like eating. Like, I ate my food on at whatever it was, 6:30 in the evening, and that's all I've had for the last couple days. That's it. I've eaten once, and it's just weird. But I slept a lot. Like after the Heat game, I think I watched a little Channel 7 news, and I went right to sleep. After Moser's sports hit, I was gone. I was history in the archives. And so I've slept a lot and trying to get a lot of rest to get it out of my system. But it's been a mission, man. It's just one of those things, man. And I can't do anything about it. I just got to get it out of my system. So hopefully a couple more days and maybe by Monday, I'm back to normal again. But what can I tell you? He made 3 more threes in the 76ers. Greater Good. If you thought it was about the threes and Duncan Robinson, it had nothing to do with that. That's what I told you 2 days ago. Had to do everything with toughness and defense. Nothing about threes, bro.
Enough with that bullshit. Okay? Had nothing to do with Duncan Robinson. Oh, and by the way, Max Strus heard some of you guys. That's why he responded with 10 rebounds. Did you see that miss by Max Strus? And he gets it and he goes back to the rim. Duncan couldn't do that in his dreams. Duncan Robinson is a fantastic young man. He wasn't the solution for anything. The solution was what you saw last night. Heat defense, toughness, the stuff that they didn't need to end the regular season, the stuff they haven't needed lately. And finally, they got back to that. You know what I mean? And that's, and in a way, it was a wake-up call. And now they know they've got to play defense. That's what's going to, yesterday I tweeted out a cut from Butler on the court where he says, we don't care about making shots. It's about defense. And that's exactly what I kept harping on after the loss at Philadelphia. They weren't tough. They weren't defending. And they defended the crap out of the Sixers last night. And when you play like that, you play that kind of defense, you got a shot. All right, let's bring the boys aboard because I am toast. Yes, Ira, we gave you time to get rid of your glasses. How are you doing, boys? Good morning.
Long, interesting night at the arena. Plenty to follow up on. Flight leaving in a couple of hours. So the usual early Wednesday start here on our Sloma's Home Security inside the Painted Nine. But I don't know. If you're asking me today if I think it ends Thursday, I'm just not sure. This has been such a home court series. And for anyone who ever doubted about the value of home court in the NBA, we're seeing it in this series by home court dominance. And this Big O is why you play for the number one seed and why you play for home court to have that in your back pocket.
The defense, we had not seen that kind of Heat defense since, I don't know, 40 games ago in the regular season. And so I don't think that the last 20 games in the regular season, there was a lot of desperation. They were kind of coasting. And I think they've been coasting. And I think yesterday they got that, the last game in Philly was the wake-up call. And they figured it out, and they had to play tough defense. And they finally played some tough defense. And I think that's the breakthrough, which gives them a chance to end this series, whether it's in game 6 or game 7. If you play this kind of defense, don't you think you'll win, Clay?
Well, yeah, and I think you mentioned that's what Jimmy Butler said after the game last night. And I think they played good defense, but I think what Jimmy said last night is true. They got to get out of this thing where they play better defense when the shots are falling on the other end. And but look, I mean, you can nitpick, right? The bottom line with this team right now is you're playing a very good Philadelphia 76ers team with a lot of very good players, and you're on the verge of winning this series in 6 and moving on to the next round if you can go and win a game in Philadelphia. I did think it was interesting what Jimmy Butler said after the game last night, talking about game 6. He said, we need this one. And I think what he wants to see with this group is, do you have that killer instinct? Like you mentioned coasting. Don't rely on coming home and winning in a game 7, because we've all seen over and over again, anything can happen in a game 7. I think, and Ira, I'm with you. I don't think you can say with any level of certainty they're going to go to Philly and win this thing, but I do think they feel like it's important to go and finish this thing off in game 6. Don't rely on having it come home. I think it's the best thing for them for a number of reasons.
Remember, the defense triggers the offense, guys. And that's what I would tell you, Clay, that when you play this kind of defense, it's what's going to – they're not really an explosive – like offensive team that they're supposed to be considered like Golden State or some of these other teams. They're a good shooting team at the 3-point, but what really triggers everything for them and gets them in a groove is their defense. That's what gets them turning people over, fast break points, those kind of things. I think that's what opens up their offense. That's why. So it's imperative to play defense because that triggers the offense.
Yeah, I still think home teams, especially complimentary players, shoot better at home. It's just natural. Sure. You'll see that in Philadelphia also. What the Heat have to do, I think the key to game 6 is this. They have to plant a seed of doubt. They have to create an crap moment, whether it's James Harden, there's that Tucker guy again, he's not leaving me, or whether it's Joel Embiid not getting where he wants to be on the floor. I think the one thing we've seen, one about Doc Rivers teams, two about these Sixers, if you can plant the seed of doubt, they tend to capitulate. So to me, I think you'll get a read Big O in the first quarter tomorrow. I think if the Heat can have the Sixers back on their heels a little, they're like, even if we win tonight, do we want to have to go back to Miami and have to put up a 2 days there and have to see what we saw the last game when we lost by 35 points? So I think it's really important to plant the seed of doubt and to do it at speed, which means no Kyle Lowry, because the Heat played faster on offense, faster on defense when they had 5 ambulatory players.
Yes.
God bless Kyle Lowry. But if he's going to be playing at 50%, it's hard to get your defense and your offense at 100%. So he needs to get right. I can't fathom. Clay, from 0 to 100%, I'd say the percentage chance of Kyle Lowry playing tomorrow is 0. Do either of you guys disagree?
No.
Oh, 0. No. Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll talk about that as the show goes on. I mean,
I don't think he plays. And I hope they talk to him in the offseason and say, yo, you got to start conditioning, bro.
Yes.
You got to start. You're old.
I wrote that in my Ask Ira today. Clay and I will talk about that. Yes.
And we have our headline from this crossover. Ira Winderman says James Harden is a role player. That's it. There you go. The next hour of hardcore Miami Heat and NBA basketball is coming your way with the Slomans Inside the Paint show.
When it comes to South NBA fans, it's time for the Slomans Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Slomans has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Slomans Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome. An hour of hardcore Miami Heat talk. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. And Ira, I want to start this with something that we barely even mentioned in the crosstalk. Because the Heat are on the verge of moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals. And it almost kind of plays into where I wanted to go with this, the fact that we didn't even mention it. Jimmy Butler. And, we talked about what he said post-game and stuff like that, but we didn't talk about his performances over the last few games. And I think we're kind of getting to this point, Ira, where we're taking for granted what he does on a game-in, game-out basis, and especially in the postseason. And what we've seen over the last few games, the fact that he just senses when something is needed, and he finds a way to get it done. He is a superstar in this league. I'm done with the whole, is he a top 12, top 10, top 15, whatever. What I'm starting to see from Jimmy Butler, and it's something that we saw in the bubble, and it's something that I wish I had remembered and not been a prisoner of the moment over and over again. He knows when it's time. And I thought it was really interesting, Ira, if you read, Cooper Moorhead did a great breakdown from Heat.com about what this series has been about to this point. And the Philadelphia 76ers have basically said, in this series, we're okay with Jimmy Butler scoring. We're okay with him going to the basket. We're okay if he gets inside. We are more comfortable with him shooting closer to the rim than we are with him passing out and finding an open three-point shooter. So they've been taking away his passes. What I thought was interesting in the last few games, Ira, what has Jimmy Butler told us over and over again ever since he got here? I don't care about scoring. I don't care how many points I put up. And I think almost to a fault, we feel like he is sometimes selfishly unselfish. But what did we see in games 3 and 4? He goes out there, he scores 33. He goes out there, he scores 33, 38. He scores 40 in game 4. They lose. And even though they were close in the fourth quarter at times, it didn't feel like they had control of that game. Ira, last night, he goes out, he scores early, realizes that Philly has to make an adjustment. Then boom, all of a sudden Max Strus starts hitting. Guys start hitting shots. I just feel like I want to give him a little bit of credit here at the top because I think we're starting to take him for granted a little bit. And I'm not saying you, but I just think like as fans, media, I don't think we realize just how good this guy is. And I want to give him credit for what we've seen over the last few games.
It was interesting. I was writing an answer to an Ask Ira question, and I kind of stopped. I got to be honest here. I'm going to sort of take people inside how soup is made and what we do. a lot of times when I predict these series, you do the matchups, you go Heat and 6 or whatever, it's almost hard to pick against the Heat because I just don't need the goddamn blowback. So there are times I honestly thought,
So
and it
true.
might be in the conference finals also, where the Heat would lose. I just don't want to deal with the bull crap. So that's that. The point I'm trying to make is this. I had an Ask Ira question, and my answer was this. I do not believe you can win an NBA championship without a top 10 player. Then I sat down and I said to myself, is Jimmy Butler a top 10 player? And honestly, Clay, when I went through the list, I had a very hard time getting him there. In other words, I want you to be honest here for a second. No one's listening. It's just you and me. Who's the better player, Jimmy Butler or Jason Tatum? Honestly. Clay Ferraro, honestly.
So, okay, no, I'm not. I would have said Jason Tatum. I would have said Jason Tatum 2-3
here's
weeks
the
ago.
point.
And I do think he's the better scorer. He's the better offensive player.
Exactly. And here's the point I'm trying to make. So I can easily give you 10 players who are better than Jimmy Butler, and I know Heat Nation and diehard Heat fan are going to go, no, he's our guy and all that. But what I'm saying is this. But when Jimmy Butler is playing as a top 10 player, it changes everything. So the deal with Jimmy Butler is if you're rating players 1 through 10, you're not having Jimmy in your list. You're just not. And if you're going 1 through 15, you might not either. That's why Jimmy might not make an all-NBA team this year. But there are moments in the bubble, leaning over on the side there out of his last breath, 40 points in Philadelphia, facilitating and doing what he did last night, where Jimmy is a top 10 player and arguably is a top 5 player. Because when he's playing like an MFer, and it's all about the moment, Jimmy Butler in the moment, matter of fact, I think Jimmy Butler at his son of a bitch best is a better player than Jason Tatum. Because Jimmy Butler will take it. He will seize it. He won't have one of those Jason Tatum games like Jason did the other day where he was a non-factor and a complimentary player. So what I'm saying is this. The whole Jimmy Butler experience comes down to this. When he's playing as a top 10 player, this Heat team is as good as anyone, at least in the Eastern Conference. It's been a little up and down. We know he doesn't care as much about the regular season. Like Big O said in our crosstalk, he doesn't care as much about scoring. But when you see the complete Jimmy Butler, which is sort of like the Cadbury Easter egg, it shows up every now and then, but it's not here 12 months a year, you can see how special the Heat are. Right now, Jimmy Butler's playing like a top 10 player. Right now, Jimmy Butler's probably playing closer to a top 5 player.
Drop your questions, your comments in the chat. Feel free to weigh on this topic because it's rare that Ira and I genuinely disagree, but I think we do here. And for this reason, I'll admit here, I am somebody who I value performances in the playoffs, in big moments, far, far more than I do in the regular. And this is a crazy take that I've had forever, and I'm never going to let it go. I think Robert Horry should be in the Hall of Fame. I just think that there are certain players who, because of what they do in the big moments, they deserve a bit more credit. And I think with Jimmy Butler, look, is it frustrating that he clearly gets bored during the regular season at times? It doesn't feel like he has to put his foot all the way down on the. Yeah, it is, and especially if you're covering the team like Ira and you get asked questions and people are peppering your timeline with, "Where's Jimmy Butler? What's he doing?"
Right.
Or you have to write a column where you're answering questions, and I get it. And when we're hosting an hour-long show and they're losing a game to the Knicks and whatever, but when it matters. And I think the thing that when you ask me if he's a top 5, top 10 player and you compare him to Jason Tatum, do I think Jason Tatum's peak is going to be better than Jimmy Butler's peak? Absolutely. Do I think that during the regular season, do I think that most of the time Jason Tatum puts on better performances than yes, I do. But I feel like the sixth sense that Jimmy Butler has for the game is so rare. And I don't know if you look around the NBA right now, who are the guys that are close to Jimmy when it comes to that? I think you put LeBron James, obviously. James, I think it's the one thing where I've always said this about Jimmy. I think if LeBron was a B+ to an A- at everything on the floor, Jimmy Butler is similar. Jimmy Butler is maybe a B- across the board. And it's rare to find a player who does that and then also elevates his game in the postseason. And that's where I put. So when you ask me if I'm comparing Jason Tatum to Jimmy Butler, I think it's a great comparison because I don't feel like at this point in his career, Jason Tatum is anywhere near Jimmy Butler when it comes to that sixth sense. And I think specifically in the playoffs, when you're trying to win big games and you're trying to move on, I think that sixth sense is so valuable and it takes you to a different level.
And matter of fact, I'm going to have this thing careening off the rails so you can bring it back on as the professional studio host that you are. It's not just Jimmy Butler in this case. To me, it's the entire Heat. When you get the best of each individual player, this team's at another level.
Yeah.
In other words, Bam Adebayo, same thing. How many times have you and I come on Wednesday on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show and spoken about where's Bam? Where's his offense? I didn't notice him last night. How does he only get 2 rebounds? How does he only get 3 rebounds? And then there are other times you see the best of. Same with Kyle Lowry this season. Same with Tyler Hero. So it's really interesting. I think the Heat's stars have this very wide spectrum of what they are on a game-to-game basis. We have seen really not so good Tyler Hero a bunch of times.
Yes.
But we've seen freaking fantastic Tyler Hero a bunch of times. The key to this team, as the competition level gets tougher, Milwaukee or Boston next, if the Heat get out of this round, then probably Golden State or Phoenix after that, you're going to have more of the nights where it's not just one and it's not just 2, almost sound like LeBron here, but it's going to have to be 3 or 4. That's the thing about this Heat team. They have players, when you get the best of these players, then these players are at a completely different level and can raise you to the next level. So that's what I think we're talking about Jimmy Butler here also is, can you get the absolute best out of Jimmy in more of these important games? And Clay, you were spot on. Thursday in Philadelphia seems to be one of those moments.
Yeah, and I think it's important that they're targeting that already. And there was, and you saw Jimmy and PJ Tucker kind of joking around on the TNT post game, but then when they hit the podium, I mean, it was to a person. It was like, no, we got to go to Philly and we got to get this one. I think it's because they know they need to prove this to themselves, that they got to go there and they got to win. And Jimmy Butler said this too. He said, hey, I played in Philly. I know what that place is like. And I know, and Eric Spoelstra said, we have to embrace that environment. He was smiling and he was like, man, I mean, you have to go into that environment and make it your own. You have to let that environment trigger you in a positive direction. And so anyway, we'll leave this topic to bed here. There have been times when I've certainly been critical of Jimmy Butler and I posted the Philip Seymour Hoffman when he couldn't make a single 3-pointer the other night early in game 3, and everybody kind of like got on me. Oh, he's the only one scoring. Jimmy's not perfect, nowhere close to it. But when he's at his best and when he is utilizing that sixth sense, and everybody else can follow, to your point, it takes this team to a different level. So spin this thing forward now. Heat in 6. Will the Heat find a way to win this thing in game 6? I know you already, spoiler alert, you already said you can't confidently say one way or the other based on what a home court series this has been. So I'll ask you in this way. After last night's performance, does your confidence level that they can go and steal one in Philadelphia and end this thing early, is your confidence level any higher after last night that they can go in there and win than it was after they lost the first 2?
It's not for this reason. I was in Philadelphia for games 3 and 4. I saw what the difference the crowd made, how Philadelphia simply played better and their role players played better. So I need something to change that. I need something to sway me a little bit more. Maybe if there's more Joel Embiid talking about MVP instead of the game, if there's James Harden looking more like a lost soul in these intervening 48 hours, I might move a little bit more to that. Clay, I do agree with the point you made earlier, though, is if the Heat are who they think they are, then it doesn't look good to have that 7th game, to have that defeated, versus Philadelphia 4-3, because this is not the toughest challenge on the road to where they want to go. This was never about beating the Atlanta Hawks. This was never about only making the Eastern Conference Finals. This is about something bigger. So you damn well better be able to beat a Philadelphia team with a limited Joel Embiid, with a confused or flustered James Harden in fewer than 7, because Boston is much better than the Sixers team. I think you'd agree. Milwaukee, especially if they get Chris Middleton back, is much better than the Sixers team. So if you're at desperation point, I mean, Clay, look, you know what it's like. You've been in these buildings. I don't know what time the game is going to be on Sunday if there's a game 7. Let's say it's an early game. Those are always even more nerve-wracking, okay? 3:30 Game 7 against the Sixers Sunday, FTX Arena. You might show up, stand-ups, things like that, preparation at noon or 1. You know what the tension is like in the air before Game 7. It is a really, really tough, emotional place to be. Everyone is on edge. The ushers get there early. The security is there early. People are milling about the court early. Game 7 is nerve-wracking because you know what, Clay? It only takes one turned ankle for Jimmy Butler. It only takes one, Max Strus can't hit a 3, right? It only takes, James Harden just hit 3 3-pointers in the first quarter, and boom, all of a sudden you're in desperation time. These players know that. Jimmy Butler's played in Game 7s. These guys know, PJ Tucker knows what a Game 7 is like, know what the heartbreak can be like also. So yeah, if the Heat are who they think they are, I'm not sure who they are. You're going to answer this next. I think they take care of it in 6, but Clay, do you have any sense in the totality, not just last night's play Peppers with 8 minutes to go and move on to the next thing? Do you think the Heat have shown a stamp of greatness yet where you can confidently say, screw the fans in Philly, screw them having fighting in the stands and all that, we're going to take care of business? Have the Heat yet to really put down their foot in a moment of adversity? Not last night where it's at home and it's all going good, but if we yet to see that from the Heat where, holy crap, nothing's going right and they still find a way.
Well, I think winning Game 5 without Jimmy and without Kyle Lowry, I think you have to give them credit for that one. But to your point, that's at home, right? And so
they had a margin of error. And if they lose that, they win Game 6 against Atlanta or Game 7 against Atlanta, right?
Fair. Yeah, and the pressure wasn't. I get that. I think. Let me say this, and I want to. By the way, the first thing you always want to read Ira Winderman, Sun Sentinel. But this is the second time I'm going to bring up Cooper Moorhead's piece that I found just fascinating that he wrote the other day, and this is why I'm confident heading into Game 6. The Heat were the best team in the NBA all season long at forcing the other team defensively, forcing them to take the ball down to the last 3 or 4 seconds of the shot clock. They were also the best team in the NBA that when other teams take those shots late in the shot clock, points per possession way down, right? Like the Heat were the best team in the NBA in half-court defense, forcing the first few games of this series, and even in Game 4, Philly played on the Heat's terms. They were taking those shots at the end of the shot clock. Also in Game 4, the Miami Heat were the best team in the NBA all season long, three-point shooting. In Game 4, analytically, they were getting those wide-open three-point looks. They just weren't fun. So if you look at this series, and this is why I'm confident heading into Game 6, Game 3 was the game where the Heat didn't show up. And I think they would tell you that privately. They just weren't there. The Philly was playing off the fuel from the home crowd. You give them a ton of credit. Game 4 was a game that was played on the Heat's terms relative to each possession. Ira, if you were to take each possession, and we know Eric Spoelstra's a film guy, if you were to take every possession of Game 4, offensively and defensively, show it to Eric Spoelstra and freeze it at the moment the ball was released, not showing whether Eric Spoelstra would have taken it. So, look, I'm not trying to be like every cliche that we hear from Eric Spoelstra, make or miss league. It was a make or miss league in Game 4 in particular, and I feel like if you have those same looks for both teams in Game 6, I think the Heat win this thing, and this thing is over. And I also think, Ira, if you go back to Game 4, and then you spin it forward to what we saw in Game 5, Game 4 looks much different if James Harden isn't making these crazy three-pointers with guys in his face falling away. You're going to take those shots if you're the Heat defense. You're okay with that. And give credit to James Harden for making them in Game 4. If he doesn't in Game 6, they're going to lose and we're going to have a Game 7. But there are certain times where you just have to live with the result. And I not to go off track here, because I want to get your take on this. I thought it was really interesting, Ira, and I said this on our Sunday night show after Game 4. I said, if I'm Eric Spoelstra, I don't even hold practice tomorrow. I tell the guys to go bowling. I tell the guys to go to the beach. Like, get away from basketball, because there was nothing schematically that they could have changed between Games 4 and Games 5 that could have changed the result. They were in their own head in Game 4. They were missing wide open shots. But if you kept the same scheme and went into Game 5 and did what you did in Game 4, you're going to win. Just don't overthink it. And I think the same thing heading into Game 6. Like, the rules of engagement are there now. Just make the shots that are open. Hope that Philly doesn't make the contested shots that you've been forcing them to take in the first few games of this series.
And I think the other part of this all is Joel Embiid, and has he just reached a point? Remember when he took that shot where Dwayne Dedmon hit the ball and went into Joel Embiid's face? He went down. Yes. I thought the series ended right there. So
I agree.
I just wonder if he's at his limits between the thumb injury, between the facial fracture, coming back from the concussion, everything he's been through, having the heavy lifting, not getting awarded the MVP for what he felt was carrying his team as much as anyone with the Ben Simmons situation. Again, that's the thing. You get to a point, we kid about Cancun and how when you lose your last game, everyone's off to Cancun. But I think sometimes during series, teams also get that feeling. Is it worth it? Do you think Philadelphia, in their heart of hearts, Clay Ferraro, even if they win game 6, number one, give you two-part question here because we like to make every one of our segments run late early in the show. So two-part segment. Part number one, do you think in their heart of hearts, Philadelphia has any belief that they can come back and win a game 7 here?
Any? Yes. A lot? No.
Minuscule,
after what we
right?
saw last night. Yeah. There are levels
minuscule.
to everything, but no. Yeah.
Do you think Philadelphia, in their basketball knowledge hearts, believes they have a chance in, holy hell, to beat either Boston or Milwaukee in the next round?
Same answer. I think it's one of those where anything can happen.
So my point is this. I think the Sixers are at the tipping point. And I think it just takes a subtle little shove. They're teetering. They're going back and forth. They're a weeble. They're wobbling for the older people out here. They're that little clown thing you punch and it comes back up, and eventually it doesn't come back up. I think that's where the Sixers are. It's like that guy outside the used car lot that they blow the air in, and then at the end of the day, all of a sudden the air goes off and the thing just, really, you got to watch it. Folks, you got to watch this on YouTube to get the full visual. Like, that's where I think the Sixers are right now.
I want to make a GIF of Ira or GIF, whatever, of Ira just like going up back
being
and
the
forth
used car guy out there with the hands waving. That's where I think the Sixers are. That's my whole point of this entire first segment here. If you missed it, come back, catch it on the podcast, is I think you can nudge the Sixers over the precipice with a solid start because I think their fight almost is all gone right now, Clay.
All right, coming up, I want to talk about the Kyle Lowry situation. Yes. Are the Heat better off without him? That's next right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Next segment here, we're going to talk about Kyle Lowry in a second. Get to some of your comments right here, your questions. Big O says, is Jason Tatum waiting for year 10? Look, I got buddies who are Boston fans, and one of them's our morning anchor, Eric Yutzi. And he said the other day, he said, man, if Jason Tatum needs to step up in these situations, he definitely does. And look, game 4, fourth quarter, there was a stretch where he certainly did. But I think Celtics fans are still waiting for that, right? And for him to kind of show what Jimmy Butler has shown, which is the ability to capture the moment. You know, we're talking about players that have that sixth sense and being able to take over games when it matters the most. And let me find who brought up CP3 here, which was a really good.
Yes, that's a great
comment.
analogy.
AKW Beats. Yeah, he says LeBron, Dame, and CP3. I'd say CP3, LeBron, and Jimmy Butler just kind of on their own plane right there. And then Greater Good makes a comment. Pat Riley's always talked about players that step up in the dance. And, you know, I think this is, and to kind of put a cap on the whole Jimmy Butler discussion, the Heat have built this team in Jimmy Butler's image and Eric Spoelstra's image and Pat Riley's image. And it's so when we're talking about Jimmy Butler, maybe it is a case that Jimmy Butler is in a situation where he can thrive because the Heat have built. But look, man, I mean, this was a different discussion a few weeks ago when he and Eric Spoelstra are yelling and screaming at each other in the huddle. The fact that they've been able to spin it forward and get to where they are now and potentially on the verge of the Eastern Conference Finals, I think is pretty impressive. So Kyle Lowry, and you know, it was not a surprise to me whatsoever that he was out yesterday. Sure. Do you think this is a better team without him right now?
That's a tough one because there's two Kyle Lowrys. So obviously you're asking about the current Kyle Lowry. Do I believe the Heat are a better team without a compromised Kyle Lowry who is 50% speed of that because of that hamstring strain? Sure. I mean, Kyle Lowry is 36 years old, and at this point, 50% of that Kyle Lowry is just another guy. And Kyle was trying to push pace with the pitch-ahead pass like he does all year, but he couldn't push the ball, which he hasn't done that much in the first place and certainly can't right now either. So I think that was a no-brainer. I also think Gabe Vincent in a starting role is like the little engine who could and gets this team going a little bit more. But again, Clay, this is what you and I have spoken about on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show now, Wednesday from 9 to 10 a.m. on the Big O show for the last, got it all in there, for the last 2 or 3 months. And it's this, the ultimate goal is always something bigger. The ultimate goal for the Miami Heat was not winning Game 5, although they certainly needed to. The ultimate goal is not winning Game 6. The ultimate goal is a championship. So you want to see if you still could get Kyle Lowry back to the best of Kyle. There have been moments this season, I forgot which game it was, you might remember, when he had like a 20-point fourth quarter and almost rallied the Heat, and he was everything. So you want to get that Kyle back. But Kyle Lowry compromise is really interesting, Clay. As a matter of fact, we're going to play one of our lightning round things here that's totally unscripted, okay? I'm going to give you a percentage. You say yes or no. If Kyle Lowry was 90% of Kyle Lowry, would you want him on the court? 90%?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. If Kyle Lowry was 80% of Kyle Lowry, would you want him on the court?
Yes.
70.
Gray area.
60.
No.
So this is the perfect example. And as we all know, medicine's an imperfect science. So you don't know. There's no little like, oh, let's check under the hood here. Oh, Kyle's at 72 today. We know that. You don't really know. So it really is instinctual from the Heat medical staff, from Kyle Lowry, and from the Heat coaching staff, what you should put him out there. He should not have been out there in Game 4 and maybe even come back in Game 3 in this series. But here's the thing, and these are the kind of analytics I don't need Cooper Moorhead for because I can figure it out. The Heat are 5-0 in these playoffs with Gabe Vincent starting in place of Kyle Lowry. Now, I've put that through my computer, and the tape has come out. Old people used to have tapes come out, and it says that's a really good thing, 5-0. So I almost wonder, Clay, if Kyle Lowry shows up tomorrow, I don't think they'll shoot around in Philly, but if they do, and he says, you know what, I feel like I'm 70, 75%. think it's going to put Eric Spoelstra in a tough spot. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Kyle travels with the team. He's from Philadelphia. He's not going to pass up a trip home. So I think people, when you see today, Kyle Lowry's traveling to Philadelphia, don't overstate that. Knowing the Heat, they will list him as questionable. The Heat list everyone as questionable. It's like if you ask the Heat, is tomorrow Thursday? They'll go, that's questionable. We'll get back to you on that. That's just how they do it. But I would agree. I think that Kyle Lowry is out, and these are going to be tough decisions for the Heat. One, Kyle Lowry came here to win a championship. Kyle Lowry came here to play in these games. He wants to be out there. But I think Eric Spoelstra has to say, hey, unless we get to a moment of truth, we don't have to do it, which brings Sunday into play. If the Heat don't win tomorrow at Wells Fargo Center, and they do have to come back on Sunday, again, you're 1 week removed from Kyle Lowry's last action. Well, the last time we thought 2 weeks removed from that April 22nd injury was enough, and it wasn't. So this is going to get really dicey for Eric Spoelstra. Because, Clay, if you are playing a Game 7, and I'm not being Nancy negative right here, I'm just saying if there's a chance you might have to go to a Game 7, that'll mean something didn't go perfectly in Game 6. That Gabe Vincent's undefeated record as a playoff starter has come to an end. So then it gets a little bit interesting. So I think the questions you're asking me now about Kyle really are Sunday questions, really are questions of if the Heat don't win this one. And the other question would then be if they do open Sunday against Boston or Milwaukee, because that series ends in 6 games, then the other part of the equation was, do you even bring Kyle back then for a, I don't want to say meaningless Game 1. I don't want to overstate it here, but for a Game 1 in a series, or let him get more time. This is such an unknown. Everyone knows with a soft tissue injury, with a hamstring, there are no givens. Even the us here, the two of us, me and that guy over there can tell you, we know when we pull a groin muscle or a hamstring, you never feel confident the next time out that the strain won't turn into a tear. And we all have that moment when we try to, whether it's me at my age or Clay at his age, do that little bit of explosion, me in the tennis court, Clay on the hoops court, and you go to yourself, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I'm in trouble now. Guys, I'm tapping out. Bring someone else in. This is a really tough decision, but it's not for the simple reason you're 5-0 with Gabe Vincent as a starter. Part 2 of this equation was, well, if Gabe starts, who fills in? Victor Oladipo was just fine in that role.
Yeah,
one thing else.
I was going to say you took the words out of my mouth as far as that extra element there. Go ahead. No, go for it.
The other element in this equation is it would be a lot easier if Tyler Hero was also the best of Tyler Hero. Then I feel even better. He's been very uneven so far in the playoffs. So they've had to rely on Vic. Vic's first stint last night was tremendous. He came in, he provided energy. It was like, crap, Jimmy's out of the game and we're getting no relief because of this former all-star guy. So I thought that was really interesting also. And the post-game was fascinating. I don't know if you saw Vic's interview, where I try to cast him as a complimentary player. Joe Varden from The Athletic tried to cast him as a complimentary player. Yes. And Vic, and God bless Vic, I ain't no complimentary player. I'm just playing one in this series. So you know what? If he's going to have that sort of stubbornness, God bless him, because it helps. So what I'm saying is this, is that Gabe plus Vic right now have proven to be good enough to allow you to sit Kyle Lowry. But at some point, you're going to need a Kyle Lowry level point guard because the challenges will get tougher.
Yeah, and I'm a big believer that you can't put yourself in the shoes of a superstar caliber athlete when it comes to injuries. And but to your point about what you just said, there is a natural there's a natural inclination in any human being. It's just there that when you start to feel something, you're going to hesitate. That's just instinctive. Your body is meant to protect itself. And
Correct.
So Kyle Lowry the other day, I thought it was fascinating when he was talking about, I've never dealt with a soft tissue injury before. I'm not used to this. So while I'm a firm believer that you can't say, oh, what Ira just said normally. Oh, well, when I'm on the tennis court, when I'm playing basketball, and I feel it. No, it's not the same thing. In this case, I think you can draw some parallels because Lowry himself admitted, I'm not used to this. So when you watched him the other night and you could see him kind of pull up a few times, it happened quite a few times. And there was a certain point where the Heat were just like, nah, this isn't working, pulled him out.
Right,
he went to the locker room, came back and just wasn't the same. So I think it's a simple equation. If it is a healthy Kyle Lowry plus a Gabe Vincent off the bench and Victor Oladipo going back to whatever the role was before, yeah, they're better than the current version of the Miami Heat, and even what we saw last night. But if it is a 60% Kyle Lowry, maybe even worse, and a Kyle Lowry who's like trying to figure out how to play with this, plus Gabe Vincent, Victor Oladipo, no, they're not as good as the current version of what we saw last night. So I think the thing with Lowry and the Heat medical staff is going to have to make this determination. You're right, Ira. The goal is the championship. Not only am I not playing him tomorrow night, I may not play him in a game 7, even if he's kicking and screaming and wants to play. Like at what point? But Ira, you got to play the guys who are going to give you the best chance to win. You can't coddle Kyle Lowry. And again, this is the hypothetical world where he's like begging to play and like maybe you play him and in the first moment where he doesn't look like Kyle Lowry, you have a quick hook, you pull him out.
And he'll know it. Here's the greater question. And Big O in our crosstalk mentioned this at the top of the show, and I know it's something he wants us to get into. I mentioned it today in my Ask Ira at sunsentinel.com. You signed a 36-year-old point guard for 3 years at $85 million, taking him through his 38th birthday.
Right.
We'd all agree when it comes to the Heat conditioning program, Kyle Lowry does not look like your typical Heat rebuilt body, what they've done over the years. And they've clearly let him slide because Kyle Lowry in that body type has been more than good enough through his 36th birthday to accomplish what he needs to accomplish.
Well, let me interrupt you because I want to get some clarification on this. You're around this team a lot. Is it like, do you know that, have you heard, hey, he's not having to do the same stuff because when when Big O mentioned the conditioning stuff, is there reason to believe that he's not doing the same thing other guys are? So kind of take people behind the curtain because I want to be fair to this.
Yeah, the Heat have this conditioning test before the season where you have to run suicides, and it's based on your positional type, what type of time you have to make. And I think there have been a ton of allowances.
He looks like me.
Yes, exactly. It's like it's exactly the question of, you know what, Clay, even beyond what he's been allowed to do or not allowed to do, sometimes it's just the eye test. Sometimes it's just when he had those khakis on the other day on the Heat bench, and you're going to yourself, we'll step back here going, not maybe the best look right there, for what he was wearing that day, but it works. And Pat Riley did the same thing with Tim Hardaway. He let Tim Hardaway be Tim Hardaway until it reached a point where he said to himself, you know what? At his age, this doesn't work anymore. And you might remember this. He gave him a huge 1-year balloon payment, but Tim had to come in for weigh-ins every week or two. And if he didn't make it, he would lose hundreds of thousands of dollars as part of his deal. I think at a certain point, Big O's popping in and popping out here. I think at a certain point, you're going to have to step back with Kyle and say, you know what? There weren't other teams giving you 3 years at $85 million. There were teams concerned, one, about your age naturally, but about other things. And I'm curious to see if Kyle has a buy-in to that, or if Kyle says this, look, when I was out there, we were fine. I missed one game during the regular season due to injury. That was an ankle at the road opener of the season in October. Everything else was either COVID or personal reasons. I've had one injury, like you mentioned, his first soft tissue injury, this hamstring, and maybe there's pushback there also. But I would think that if a team went that far to guarantee you at that level of pay above $25 million a year at age 38, that maybe you meet them halfway. But I got to tell you, he's a stubborn SOB. And he believes that he knows what's best and how to do it. And when he's at his best, he might have an argument because he still is a really good defender. And he really can be a dynamic offensive player. But you've got to protect that investment also. I am curious if Pat sort of brings him into the suite there and says, you know what? I've been through this with Tim Hardaway. I'm not going through this again.
Well, and I'm glad you bring up that comparison because there is a history, there is a precedent with this thing. And, the question that you and I have had from the beginning of this season, it's, look, if the Heat are healthy, if they do this, if the best of the Heat, yeah, absolutely, they're a championship contender. There's not a doubt in our mind. But the best of the Heat is a healthy Kyle Lowry helping lead this team. And we said from the beginning, when your core is older, when you've got a 36-year-old point guard, when you've got PJ Tucker, who's 37?
Yeah, 37, right? And Jimmy, who's turning 33.
Yeah, turning 33. That is the big question that people have been asking. Can it work? in a young man's league, can it work when a 33, 36, and 37-year-old player, when those are the guys who are in many ways
and you have two of your three answers. Jimmy Butler looked as good last night and certainly on Sunday as he ever has. PJ Tucker, and I wish people could either go to the arena or get the full view of the court. This guy, every second he plays is relentless. Don't talk to me about his age. This guy is unyielding. So of the gambles that he took, I know Big always talks about Jimmy Butler's contract takes him through his 36th birthday. The fact that PJ Tucker has a team option, a player option for next year, so that he committed to him at 37. It's his choice now. Two of the three gambles have worked out fine. And you know what? Kyle could work out fine. Because if they finish the Sixers and either of the other two series go 7, I don't think Dallas-Phoenix will, but it might. I do very much think Milwaukee-Boston could. And the Heat don't open till Tuesday. And Kyle Lowry gets 10 days off. Maybe he comes back fine. And maybe at the end of the next series, we're going, wow, he outplayed the crap out of Marcus Smart right there. They're going to the finals. And all of a sudden you got, Kyle Lowry and Chris Paul, average age 40-something in the NBA finals. And no one's talking about age anymore. There is redemption time for Kyle Lowry, but the clock keeps ticking. And that's a concern right now. I do not believe, I do believe there's a certain point, a certain level of the playoffs where God bless Gabe Vincent, but you're simply getting into the Drew Holiday, Marcus Smart, Chris Paul level, and that's a lot to ask of someone. Right now, in this series, against an older James Harden, against a young, still learning the game Tyrese Maxey, it's one thing, and the horrific guards that the Sixers have coming off the bench. But at a certain point, you're going to need Kyle. So you got to get him in the best shape. And Kyle Lowry, all of a sudden, is back in a prove-it moment.
And we're up against the break.
Always.
Maybe seriously. Maybe it's unfair to play the result, but that's what we're going to do. Because guess what? If for whatever reason,
5-0.
And if for whatever reason they don't advance to the NBA Finals and Kyle Lowry's injury is a reason why, however big the reason, do you really think the Miami Heat are going to want to go through next season where they may be putting themselves in a position where it happens again? Then everybody is questioning, that's the best condition.
And that's going to be our offseason talking point. And is Gabe Vincent good enough to go through a whole season with? Do they need to get another full-time backup point guard? Could Goran Dragic at 37, even at his age, be a guy who'll come back at the minimum and at least give them a guy you can throw out in spot minutes or something like that? Clay, that'll become the talking point. Look, we know after these playoffs, we're not doubting Jimmy Butler. Eric Spoelstra says we're not allowed to doubt Bam Adebayo. So we'll take Eric's word on that. Tyler Hero, even if it's been uneven lately, he's an award winner. No one this summer is going to doubt Tyler Hero. And I know that when we watch our Local 10 Sunday sports show, you and Will Manso were saying to Pat Riley, give Tyler the bag, give him his extension. And I think we'd agree with that. So you're right. This could become the summer of Lowry. And you know what? And I know we're running late, but I don't care. It's a podcast. It's the internet. And I will say this also. This is the very decision the Toronto Raptors made last summer.
Yeah.
They could have kept Kyle. They could have given his bag of money. He would have stayed. But they said, you know what? We've got to transition to Fred VanVleet. We've got to move on. We've got to look to our young players. That could become our summer this summer. The difference is Kyle was a free agent last summer. Toronto can simply go, God bless you, retiring your number, not going to give it to Goran, don't worry about it, and we're going to move on. The Heat can't do that. The Heat still have over $50 million sitting on their contract. They got to find a way to make it work.
Coming up next, because Ira likes to talk long, the who steps up to lead the Heat to a Game 6 victory, and I am going to rail on the media narratives from last night that I am so sick and tired of hearing.
F the media. F them.
We're all terrible. That's next.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Home Stretch right here on Inside the Heat, and the home stretch is going to be really short because Ira went really long in the last segment. No, not really. We got plenty of time to talk. Love your comments, your questions. Really appreciate it. It does us a huge favor when you guys are hitting that like button. We really appreciate it. I want to get into Game 6 in a minute and which Heat player is going to step up in order for them to win this series and close it out in Philly. But taking you guys behind the curtain a little bit, I went at the game last night. We're kind of trying to steal days off here and there. I'm on Panthers duty tonight. So I was able to watch the game at home. And, you get much different viewpoints, whether you're watching at the arena and at home. And look, I wasn't expecting the Inside the NBA crew to talk a whole lot about the Heat and their performance. I mean, like we've come to expect that by now.
Sure.
By the way, I love the Inside the NBA show. That just so much fun, all that. But Ira, when they went to halftime, I was at least expecting, wow, man, that was impressive for the Heat. Now let's talk about this. The first thing they started talking about, Joel Embiid looks distracted. Joel Embiid looks sad that he didn't win the MVP. Charles Barkley literally said, the Philadelphia 76ers are following their leader who just looks distracted and sad that he didn't win the MVP, and that's why they're not showing effort. Ira, Joel Embiid got hit by a truck. Joel Embiid has a broken eye. He's coming off a concussion. And oh, by the way, those aren't the two injuries that are causing him the biggest problem. He's got a ripped up thumb. They showed the ball spinning sideways. It was the ugly knuckleball action that Tim Hardaway used to talk about in the commercial. Yes. When the ball is coming off his hands wrong because he's got a ripped up thumb. And he's throwing his body all over the floor. And oh, by the way, he hurt his back diving into the stands. Joel Embiid doesn't need me to stand up for him. But what burned me, Ira, was that it's like we're going to blow the Heat performance aside from the first half and try to make this about Joel Embiid not caring, being distracted because he didn't. Give me a break. I agree, and I've always been a big Joel Embiid fan because is he a troll? Yes. He admits he calls himself Troel Embiid on Twitter. But he's a troll who goes out there, he busts his rear end. I always have a higher level of respect for players who have played with Jimmy Butler and speak highly of the experience because it tells me those guys want to win.
Right.
Joel Embiid is putting his body on the line. I mean, you could make the case that he is putting his future in some ways, not getting like dramatic here, but what if the thumb gets further injured? What if something else happens to the eye where like it almost looked like it last night. You're seriously going to put last night on Joel Embiid being distracted because he didn't win the MVP? Joel Embiid's distracted because his thumb is ripped up. He's distracted because his eyeball is broken. Like, give the guy – and the Heat are doing the best thing that they can, which is making life difficult on him, playing within the boundaries of the rules, but also making sure that every shot is difficult. Can we quit this whole thing that Joel Embiid is distracted because he didn't win the MVP and that's why they lost? They lost the game because the Heat are a better basketball team. And if Joel Embiid's distracted, it's because he got hit by a truck, not because there were some voter. And by the way, Ira, not to keep this rant going because I don't want people want to hear about the Heat. The comment in postgame, and I know Embiid was asked about it, so he answered the question. He also made this comment. He's spot on. He said it's a lose-lose for me. If I don't play, which by the way, he probably shouldn't be playing with the injuries that he's having to deal with right now. But if I don't play, then it's because I'm soft. Because I in the moment of truth, I'm not out there. And if I do play and I'm not myself, I'm not the usual dominant self, it's because, I'm distracted because I didn't win the MVP. Because I can't play through pain. He's not playing just through pain. He's playing through a broken body. Like, it's insane to me. And I'm done. I'm over it. But Ira, it bothers me that that's what people latch on to from that. Like, that's the first thing that people are talking about. I'm done. I'm over it. Like, I'm not believing in anything anybody says anymore, but what my own eyeballs see. And what you tell us in the Sun Sentinel.
And here's the perspective I would give you this, because I was actually talking to some people in the media room after the game. It would not shock me if when the Sixers got back to Philadelphia and Joel Embiid comes in for training today after the shot he took in the collision with Dwayne Dedmon, where an eye surgeon or someone says, you know what? I think we're at the end here. I think you took that one extra blow, and that's more than we can. And we took an X-ray, and that orbital fracture has shown that it's been increasing. One, that could happen. Two, the hand surgeon comes in and says, you know what? That ligament's getting a lot worse. And I know we told you that it won't impact you long term, but we're at the point now, I think we need to shut it down. Number three, they just tell him, even with the concussion symptoms, yes, we cleared you, but you're clearly not yourself right now, whatever the reason. So, Clay, let me ask you this. So say, and this is hypothetical, folks. Later today, the Philadelphia 76ers come out and go, after medical consultation, Joel Embiid has been declared out for Thursday night's Game 6 against the Miami Heat at Wells Fargo Center. The narrative is not going to be poor Joel Embiid. The man gave every single thing he could to go as long as he could. Clay, you're in the television business. You know all the stars. You got all the phone numbers. What the hell are all the talk shows going to talk about if Joel Embiid is ruled out by the team?
They're going to talk about first off that he's soft, he couldn't play through injuries, blah, blah, blah. And then when the Heat wins, they only won that series because Joel Embiid was compromised, completely ignoring that the Heat were the better team throughout the season. And look, I'm not as frustrated about this from the Heat perspective, even though we are South Florida media and it's a Heat show. It bothers me that we don't treat these guys like human beings. And, this is kind of a delicate situation. Remember a few weeks ago when Adam Schefter had the tweet that came out after Dwayne Haskins died, that like one of the first things that he mentioned was Dwayne Haskins' kind of uneven football career, as opposed to like treating these guys like people and human beings. And like, it just bothers me that, and this is genuine here, man. Like it bothers me that we're not treating Joel Embiid and we in the media sense. And I know you're not like this, but like the narrative is about Joel Embiid and completely ignoring that these are not typical ailments. These are not like this is stuff that he should not be playing with. These are not
things that he caused. This was not lack of conditioning. This was not putting himself in harm's way off the court in some family incident or some clubbing incident or something like that. These were all just natural parts of the game, and I get all that. Here's the bigger picture, though, bringing it back to the Heat.
Thank you, because I would have wasted the last 8 minutes of this show talking about this.
People love the salacious. The Miami Heat have had one salacious moment this season. The bench side incident in March with Udonis Haslem and Eric Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler. And it was a field day. And you could probably go back, Clay, because you can go to your people at Nielsen or whatever and get the ratings. that the Miami Heat probably were mentioned more in the ensuing 7 days after that than maybe combined the entire rest of the season, because it was a salacious moment. Instead, what's salacious now? Should the Sixers give James Harden the extension that he's expecting? Did they blow the Simmons trade? Was that not the right move for them to make? Can you win around Joel Embiid unfairly because of his injuries? So that's the thing. The Heat have not presented us with enough salacious. They've simply played basketball. They've simply had people who've gone out and done it. Jimmy Butler, for all his sort of look at me kind of moments, they're not like half the rest of this league that takes it to such a higher level, because he also has a certain privacy about himself where he draws a line when it comes to his Instagram posts. He's not a guy on Twitter. He's not active on Twitter at all. So that's the thing is that's what this has become. It's not become what's the best basketball story. It's not become let's look at Cooper Moorhead's analytics and that's fascinating the way he broke it down. It's like okay, you know what? You know what last night was about? Matter of fact, I'll put you on the spot here. What was 90% of the national postgame coverage about the one moment that happened in last night's Heat game? You know this.
Now I'm like racking my brain. I mean, was it the Embiid diving in the crowd?
No.
DJ Khaled.
I try to give you the hints there.
By the way, props to you, because like the easy thing to do is to immediately ask a game question of Eric Spoelstra. You had the first question, and you immediately went to that.
That's all anyone wanted to know. I mean, let's face it. He gets the rebound. He gives the ball to Max Strus. He pumps up the crowd, and then he gives Eric Spoelstra a shoulder rub. And I got to tell you, when I walk down from my seat to go in the postgame interview room, it's right by where the player family are. And I noticed at the game that Nicky Spoelstra and Eric's two sons were there earlier. And I really wanted to ask Nicky Spoelstra, does Khaled give a better back rub? I need to know this. I need to know you versus Khaled, because he got those big meaty muscles going in there.
Yeah.
But that's the moment people are talking about today. I am sure if you Google two words, and I spelled Khaled wrong, and I apologize because I'm used to Khalid Reeves back in the day. But if you Google Khaled and Spoelstra, I guarantee you will get more Google hits than Spoelstra and any other word. Spoelstra and Butler, Spoelstra and Embiid, Spoelstra and playoffs or whatever. That's the kind of moment. That's the moment that people look for. That's the kind of moment that gets played up big, and just playing basketball the right way. One of the stories I'm working on is when this series ends and we talk about the factors in the series, we'll talk about Jimmy Butler's 40 burger. We'll talk about Max Strus coming back around with his shot and Duncan Robinson not becoming essential as people thought. We'll talk about James Harden when we find out more about the clubs in Miami. We'll talk about Joel Embiid. No one's going to talk about PJ Tucker. Yet that embodies what the Heat have been this season. The grunt-like hard work player that no one gives a rat's ass about when DJ Khaled is giving back rubs in the middle of the shoulder rubs in the middle of the third quarter. So that's the whole thing about this Heat. They haven't created enough moments. We're trying here, but that's the thing. That's who they are. There hasn't been enough salacious, and all sports coverage is about the salacious right now.
It is. And look, there's a line here. I'm perfectly fine with the DJ Khaled. In fact, I'm more than fine with the DJ Khaled thing being the headline from last night, because it was real. It was genuine. It was fun. It was different. And I'll tell you, the thing that I remember the most, and look, we spent weeks doing our F1 coverage and like building up to our specials and it was crazy. But the thing I remember the most from Sunday was Martin Brundle, the Sky Sports reporter, mistaking Paolo Banchero for Patrick Mahomes. And by the way, I do think it was more producer in his ear that said, hey, there's Patrick Mahomes. But that was the moment, right? But it was real. It actually happened. Yes. What I have a problem with is this fake narrative, this let's make something out of nothing. Come on, man. I understand that what's different, what's salacious sells. What happened between Jimmy Butler and Eric Spoelstra and Udonis Haslem in the huddle, man, that deserved to get blown up, right? And look, I think those of us who are around the team, we understand that that's part of who the Heat are about. And I think I think what we said was the result is what's going to matter here, that if they're able to, but historically they put that stuff aside and they're fine. When it comes to Joel Embiid, when it comes to this Heat 76ers series, if you want to do a whole show on, hey, the reason why the Heat won this was because Joel Embiid was hurt and compromised, I disagree, but at least that's real. At least you have something to hold on to, and you can say, like, at least I can debate with you on that.
Right.
I can't debate anybody who's telling me that Joel Embiid is a lesser player because he's distracted, because he didn't win the MVP when the guy is out there throwing his body around. So anyway, done. Moving on. Game 6 coming up on tomorrow night. And by the way, you mentioned Cooper Moorhead's article again. This is why I'm confident heading into this game. The truth about Game 4 was that for whatever the final score looked like, for whatever you felt in the fourth quarter, that game was played on the Heat's terms. That game, the Sixers took the shots the Heat wanted them to take. And the Heat missed shots, 7 for 35 from three-point range, but go back and look at them. They were wide open. Those are looks that the Heat are going to take again, and I feel like they're going to make. I think they win Game 6. I think my confidence level is a little higher than yours. How do you see Game 6 playing out? Who has to step up?
You were asking in the previous segment who I thought the player would be, the sort of man of truth, and I think it's Jimmy Butler. And it would be the perfect Jimmy moment. The team that decided that Ben Simmons was more important than him, that basically let him go in 2019 for the Heat, and that signed and trade with Josh Richardson and draft pick. So I think this is a Jimmy moment. This sets up as a Jimmy moment to wave goodbye to all the Sixers fans. So I think it's another Jimmy game. And I think your point is perfect. If Jimmy is the player who he was in games 3 and 4 in Philadelphia, but now someone else, a Max Strus or someone else, step up and hit shots, maybe a Gabe Vincent, it changes the narrative there. I think this is a Jimmy moment. This is what Jimmy did in the bubble. This is what Jimmy has done in the best of times with the Heat. I think it's going to revolve around Jimmy, as it should. He's their star. And to bring our entire Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show full circle today, I think this is the moment, again, when Jimmy, whether you debate he's a top 10 player or not, I think if he plays like a top 10 player, that's what I think the key to the game will be.
And I've heard this a bit, like, is Jimmy going to get tired because he's carrying the team? He's not carrying the team like he was yet in the bubble. That was a completely different. What he's doing right now, Jimmy Butler isn't exerting any more energy than he normally, because normally he's flying around on defense anyway. It's the same level of energy. It's just he's doing it with the ball in his hand. So I'm confident that he's going to be the guy to step up. And you know what? I'm going to go Tyler. I think Tyler plays like he did the other night. I think finally we see the Tyler Hero game on the road that we've been waiting to see. That's it, guys. We're running long as usual. Big O Show rolls on next. We'll catch you again right here next week on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield Home Security System guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We are back. How long? I don't know. We will try to last as long as we can today. Just like yesterday, the voice don't even try. Okay, it just sounds all right now, but that's only because I just started talking after an hour of not talking, so it will probably go away very quickly. We will have Ian Rappaport at 10:10, so in about 6 minutes, Ian Rappaport will be joining us, and then after that, I will go as far as I can go. We don't have any other guests scheduled after that. So we're gonna talk as much as we can. Good job by Ira and Clay. What I cannot do, ladies and gentlemen, is burn my voice out because then I'll never recover. You understand what I'm saying? So I can talk for as long as I possibly, when I feel that it's, hurting me or whatever, then I'll move on. But I rested a ton, and I feel good actually. I got to tell you, I feel good, like really good. I don't feel bad at all. I feel like it's out of, it's pretty much out of my system, but I still have some kind of, phlegm or something in there because it's still affecting my voice, overall. So I still haven't been able to clean my system out. That's the only thing I need left. And then hopefully I can then move forward. I think by next week, by Monday, hopefully I'll be back. So Heat got it done last night. So now we got to game 6 on Thursday at 7:00. Suns, by the way, they turned it up on the Mavs. They got it done 110-80. So they lead 3-2. So tonight now, it's up to the Panthers. And the Panthers are, this is the team that we got to find out who they are, right? And tonight at 7:30 on ESPN2, we got the series tied at 2. And it's kind of the same position that the Heat was in. And I think there's a level of toughness that has to develop from the Panthers in this series, kind of like the Heat. Now, the Heat already had it, and so have the Panthers, but they've got to turn it up a little bit here in the Stanley Cup playoffs because the speed and the skating is owned by the Panthers in this series. You can tell they've got the better athletes. They got the better skaters. Problem is the rink gets a little smaller because it becomes that much more physical. Now, what I don't want to see is what I saw the other night with the Panthers. Early on, there were too many penalties. You were giving them all of those, power plays, and they scored on one of them. And let me tell you, the Panthers did a marvelous job of defense in the second and third periods. Washington really wasn't peppering the goaltender or anything like that. They've got to do the same thing tonight. And they got to take the game to Washington tonight. All right. Physically match them and be as physical or more physical than them, and then let your skating take over. Once the speed and the skating take over, after you've met their physicality, you can go ahead and win this series. So hopefully tonight, the Panthers will get past it and take that lead in the series 3-2 and create an advantage for themselves going into game 6 against the Washington Capitals. So big test tonight for the Panthers. The Heat already has a track record. The Heat has players that have been there and done it and have gotten far into the playoffs. And they've got a player even that they added this year that's got a championship. So there's more test here. Whereas a lot of these young guys, they're, especially the core for the Panthers, they've never had a long run to the playoffs. They've never won a series. So You don't know how they're going to react at this level. You know what I'm saying? All these other guys, a lot of these Heat guys, they've been through playoffs or they've won a title or something like that. So it's a tested group. So you feel a little bit better, you know? Jimmy and company have already made a run. And so they've been tested. This is where we're going to learn about. We knew the Heat could turn it up and beat the Sixers. They're the better team. You know, I don't believe James Harden is James Harden anymore. Yeah, he gives you little flashes, but he showed you yesterday he's not James Harden anymore. So go out and beat him. But the Panthers are untested. As talented as they are untested. And that's what we're going to find out now about the Panthers. They've got to get through this. This is part of their growth process. And the GM and the owners have done everything that they can do. It's up to the players. Last night, I was talking with a buddy of mine who was picking on Spo for the last game, and I said, this isn't on Spo, dude. This is the players. They got lackadaisical. They didn't play defense. Spo's message never changes. Thing is that the Heat got a little, complacent because they didn't really have a lot of urgency to end the season. And so now, finally, they've gotten to the point in the playoffs where somebody and they took care of, and now they got to take care of business. And they stepped it up. So now we'll see what moving forward. Now they know they got to play defense because it's not on Spo the last game. It's on the players. And finally, and Jimmy said it yesterday. We're not worried about shooting. We're worried about defense. Everything else takes care after that. Let's see what the Panthers do tonight. Defense, baby. Physicality. Get tough. It's the playoffs. And in hockey, they let you play a lot more than in basketball. A lot more. So you better be ready to punch somebody in the mouth. 7:30 tonight. I'll be watching. Let's get it done. Let's see. Big old blackberry brandy will clean your system out. Hang in there. From Northwest Iowa and Dolphin proud since 1970. Blackberry brandy. Holy shit. That sounds like something that's going to make my ass throw up. Blackberry brandy. Yeah, it sounds pretty nasty. Libardo says, you sound better. Oh, that's right now, bro. As the minutes go on, as the words go on, I'll run out of gas and eventually it won't sound that good anymore. Let's see. Smash the like button. Yes, right, Michael Austin. Thank you, sir. Smash that like button. Barkley's comments last night that Embiid was depressed and not winning the MVP. Yeah, that Brooklyn Rob. Barkley's an idiot. He says a lot of stupid shit. He'll say some things that you want him to say, and that's what happens on that TNT show. But quite frankly, the world is about train wrecks. That's why the Kardashians are there, because they're a freaking train wreck. And so people watch it. They watch Martin Brundle, and he's a train wreck. And that's why you watch Charles Barkley. You don't watch Charles Barkley because you actually learn something. You watch Charles Barkley because you say, what's this clown going to say today? It's what it is. It's not like you're going to get enlightened. It's not like you're going to learn anything. For Christ's sake, he says everything twice just so he can expand on it. He can't even ever really break anything down. He just says one thing and then he repeats it immediately again. So, it's if you're watching Charles Barkley for substance, I feel bad for you. It's kind of like what it is. He is what he is. So he says stupid shit like that. I thought Clay Ferraro was fantastic when he came out and ripped Barkley for that and said, no, dude, he's playing, with a shattered orbital bone and all that other crap. You know what I mean? All right, let's get into a little NFL. Let's go around the league with our Slowman's look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport.
Football fans, it's time to look around the NFL. It's the Slowman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. In the NFL, you need a great offensive line for protection. In life, call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Slowman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. No one protects your family like Slowman's Home Security. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
All righty, let's get to it. How you feeling, my man? You feeling all right?
What's up, man? You hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you now. You feeling good? The mint juleps? How were the mint juleps?
I'm good.
How were the mint juleps?
We had a lot of mint juleps. They were good. They were, I would say, very sweet. So I had some, but not all. I drank plenty of other stuff. It was, have you been to the Derby? I mean, it is quite a scene there.
It's a bucket list, dude. I want to go with the wife one day and go do the whole deal, go for a weekend and all that kind of stuff. And but I have not been able to do it yet. But that is definitely on the bucket list. It's one of those things that you want to.
You should. You definitely should. It was. Yeah, I mean, I would say as far as just pure sporting events, it's really it's an interesting one because, you can see some of the race, but not all of the race. So there's still a little bit of intrigue, and there's so many people. So the 2 minutes before the race starts, and the horses were in the gate for a long time. So the build of anticipation around the stadium with 150,000 people was truly incredible.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. We have one of the great tracks in the country here in Hialeah Park. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous track. And when I was a kid, obviously horse racing was still something. And it was just one of those things I still remember that my dad used to go and all that. It's just, I'm dying to go. It's not a sport I know much about, but I do enjoy watching it. And I do appreciate the horses and everything that they go through. So, yeah, I'm with you there. There's no doubt. Yeah. By the way, I was worried for you because, I thought you were going to become number 2 on the paid list in the NFL, but, it didn't happen. Tom Brady's not passing you. You're making still a little bit more money than Tom Brady. Congratulations to you, sir.
Well, it's quite a day. The Brady number was so interesting, and I saw Fox came out and disputed it, and, who knows? Either way, it's a lot. I mean, it is a lot. And, the whole world texts me when something like this happens, and, everybody's losing their minds about how much money. First of all, it's not our money. It's a billionaire corporation's money, and it shows us a bunch of things. One, how unbelievably rich these companies are, and how great it is to do business with the NFL. There's endless money. I mean, it's not like, I don't know who Fox was competing with. They might have been competing with just Brady saying, yeah, I'm just going to stay retired. It's more money than he's going to make in his career. I think he'll be good, but the really interesting part of it is, I know there were some people who thought, oh, maybe he'll join the Dolphins, maybe he'll join the ownership. This seems to kind of put that to bed a little bit. And that probably upsets some people, but it is what it is at this point. And it's really just a question of when's he actually going to retire now?
Now, this is why a lot of times on the show, I don't allow people to waste my time with hypotheticals, because then we're just, talking crap for hours, and it has nothing to do with the reality of what's going on. Oh, do you think Brady will be our owner next year or the quarterback? It's dude, Mike McDaniel's in place, Tua's in place. Let's talk about what's going on now. I don't care what happens a year from now, dude. Let's wait for right now. Let's enjoy right now. So it's just crazy stuff. All right, craziness. Dude, does Josh Lambo actually have a case against the Jags and Urban in the NFL? Because if he did file the complaint like it says in the story, and you basically did nothing except cut him for it, and after all of this, hell, the Jags are not paying Urban Meyer because of this whole mess. Does that also help Josh Lambo's case?
Well, first of all, we don't know if the Jaguars are paying Urban Meyer. That is still up for debate, and I know they're trying not to pay him. Urban is trying to get some money. As far as I can tell, they have not yet reached a settlement, so we'll see kind of where that stands. The Lambeau thing is interesting because generally these situations get handled by the NFLPA. Generally these are sort of grievances, I guess you would say, filed with the PA for, something a team did, and then the PA and the NFL will sort of sanction the Jaguars. This seems to be outside that, and a lot of times legally they'll say, you know what, keep it in NFLPA versus NFL, that kind of thing. The main issue I think that will help Josh Lambo is, for better or worse, the Jaguars fired Urban Meyer. So he was bad. Like as a coach, he was bad. But did they fire him in part because of the environment that he created? If they did, then maybe Lambo has a little case here because maybe, just maybe, it's sort of the NFL saying, well, it was a hostile work environment, or the Jaguars saying it was a hostile work environment. So a lot to play out, and we'll see if we get an answer on this. But I would say probably at least there is a little something there for Josh Lambo. I mean, however you define the kick, Urban Meyer kicking him, it was either a tap or a kick. Something happened. It's really now on a judge to figure out what it is.
All right, this is not for you Dolphin fans out there because I know you nutbags want to sign everybody possible. Dude, did the Giants screw over James Bradbury? Because, no, I know Dolphin fans go, oh, no, let's have him. We already have two corners down here. Relax, guys. But Bradbury, to release him this late, I know it was a money thing. He's a good player, but, wow, doesn't that put the player in a tough spot now because a lot of the space is dried up?
Yes, but some of this is the player's choosing because he could have been traded. There was an offer, at least one offer, and it would have made him, forced him to take a pay cut. We'll see if he does better. I mean, he might do better than whatever the trade offer would have been because it would have been.
What team was it?
A pick
What
going
team
to the
was
Giants, and then Bradbury agrees to reduce it.
What team was it?
Well, I think there were a couple of teams that were snooping around. Some of those teams took corners in the draft. Maybe they're no longer interested. I think the main thing for Bradbury is he going to get more now that he's on the open market, versus before when he would have had to agree to a new deal with a new team as part of a trade. His agents are betting on that he gets more in the open market. Maybe they're right. There's not a lot of, you look around now, not a lot of really good quality legitimate free agents. There's just not. So he's one of them. And my understanding, he's getting some real interest. So it is possible he wins and the price is more than he would have gotten in a trade.
All right. It seems like if you're an ex-Cleveland player, you have a problem finding a home. We've talked about Baker Mayfield several times. Dude, what's up with Treader and Landry? Where do they find homes? And why is this taking so long for both guys?
I think what you mean is why hasn't Treader signed with the Dolphins yet?
Or anybody else, and Landry also, who, dude, I like him as a slot receiver. He's a tough sumbitch. So what's up with both guys? What's the reasonings that they're still available?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times when you get to this point with veterans, they just want more money. And Landry is a tough one because he was offered, I would say, a solid but very incentive-laden deal with the Browns to stay, and then they drafted David Bell, who, could potentially be his replacement. We don't know. Landry could sign now. He could definitely sign. It's just not enough money. So he's got teams interested. He's got the Ravens. He's got the Browns. He might have some other teams. I know the Saints he visited. That door hasn't been closed there at all. There's still possibilities, but like any veteran, he just wants more money that is being offered, and there's no deadline. Like everyone wants sort of all this to happen in May. There's no reason for it to happen in May. Maybe before mandatory minicamp, maybe so you can get the playbook over the summer. There's just no deadline. So I think that's sort of where it stands with Landry. Some interest, but probably not enough money. Who was the other one you mentioned?
Treader, of course.
Treader, yeah, that's right. So I think with him, he's in his 30s. He has made a lot of money. He's extremely smart. So post-career, he'll have plenty to do. To me, it's more of like, is he going to play? Does he retire or does he play? I think it would probably, for me, take someone offering him enough money to where he decided to not retire and to come back and play for one more season. That's kind of where Treader's at right now.
How much of this whole thing is, well, he's the NFL PA, which means pain in the ass in the locker room. Some people say that's the issue also with Treader, that whoever has that label, that becomes also a problem for teams saying, yeah, I don't want the mouthpiece in my locker room. Any truth to that?
Yeah, I don't think so, because he's such a good guy and he's so sort of conciliatory. Like during all the COVID stuff with the NFL and the NFLPA, he was part of the reasons everyone worked together so well. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's not theatrical. He doesn't rush to the extremes. He just does a really good job. So I think maybe some in this position might, find it as a way to kind of wedge sides apart. He more brings people together. So I don't believe that's something that's stopping him from playing. I think it's more something where he just hasn't been offered enough money yet. And he might not be.
All right. Well, there you go, Dolphin fans. We will wait on the Treader watch there. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Rapsheet. Catch his work at the NFL Network. And, of course, catch him here every Wednesday doing his thing with our Sloman's Look around the NFL. Rapsheet, Ian, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. We will catch up next week, my friend. Thank you. There he is.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search and subscribe to Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
All righty, there we go. Greater Good says, Big O suggestion. Keep your voice Barry White to ease the strain on the inflammation. So you're saying like I stay like this. I try to talk like this. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we can do that. I'm Freddy Cruz, the all-night cruiser. Nice hat. Thank you, Franklin. Appreciate you. That show is for entertainment only. It's funny, and that's it. You talk about the Barkley. Yeah. I think if you have that attitude, I think that's the perfect attitude for that. Rosendo says researchers found that blackberry brandy is rich in antioxidants, especially vitamin C. Okay. But you can't drink too much, right? Because you'll get wasted. It's brandy, right? So I've got to just take like a little shot? Is that what you're saying? We'll try. We will try. Don't forget, folks, to smash the like button. Appreciate you all out there. And don't forget to call our friends at Sloman's Home Security, 1-800-ALARM-ME. First 40 Big O listeners, we are giving away a free doorbell camera, which connects directly to your smartphone. And with Of course, you're going to get the professional installation. And when you use our low-cost central station monitoring, we're going to give you an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. All you have to do is dial 1-800-ALARM-ME and tell them that Big O sent you, and they will take care of you and get that free doorbell camera. You can get other cameras around the home, inside, like I do, because we like to keep track of our doggies. So we do that. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Frank is going on the quiet storm. Yes. Freddy Cruz, the all-night cruiser. Yes. I'm here. Here's a little ambrosia. All right. People around the country have no idea what we're talking about. Oh, that's too funny. Oh, thank you. You guys can't make me
Wilton
laugh.
Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes.
Bring it back. Bring it back. It's just a small break. Thank you. Thank you, Sean, for looking out. You guys make me laugh. I'm going to lose it, man. Big O, they need to fire Dolphins Twitter PR team. Why? Why would you do that? The Dolphins do a great job. What's wrong with their Twitter and their PR? I don't understand that one.
They're getting
What's the
hammered.
deal?
I think for the latest, the Tua. At least I believe they're getting hammered now on Twitter from that video that they released.
What
with them
video?
throwing. I think they released a video with them just throwing in the they're all wearing the bucket hats and they're just on the practice field, and it's Tua throwing to Tyreek, I believe.
So what's the big deal?
Nothing. I think people are just again, it's the Tua haters, the Tua. I just think it's Tua. Anything with Tua gets blasted.
So we're talking about this is what we're talking about. Really? This is what we're talking about? People are losing their crap over this because he threw a deep ball to Tyreek. Who cares? We're in the off season, bro. Have some fun. Enjoy. It's just like there's so many of you that are just, yesterday. So, there's this guy, Steve, that he works for the Sentinel, right? And he's always trolling my timeline, right? And he's clearly an anti-Tua guy. And he loves Herbert and doesn't think Tua's much or whatever. So every time I'm talking about him, he jumps in on the timeline. And it's like these trolls that are just waiting in the bushes. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just at one point or another, you kind of get tired of it because it's like, yo, dude, I'm not on your timeline, bro. I'm not going after you for every comment that you say. And I'm not, you know what I mean? But it's somehow or another, you have a group of individuals that are just effing trolls. Time will answer all. It's like this dude, like every chance he wants to argue with me about it, it's like, dude, do you get it? Like, okay, you're on one side, I'm on the other. The discussion's over. I got your point. You don't like the guy. You don't believe in him. Great. Fantastic. I'm not talking to you. But that's kind of what this is. There's a whole bunch of you trolls out there that all you're doing is just waiting in the wings just to pounce on whatever comment that somebody has because they like Tua, because they support Tua. So you've got to get your 2 cents. They're not doing it on your timeline. They're on their own timeline talking about Tua, just like the Dolphins are posting Tua. And here you got your trolls. Dude, you don't like Tua? That's fine. Go talk amongst yourselves, all of you Tua haters. You know what I mean? It's not like we're jumping on your timeline. No, you're just a troll on my timeline. It's just, it's dude like sits there in the wings. It's like he wakes up in the morning and all the way to the time he goes to sleep, just waits to see on any Tua post so he can go after them. It's like some of you guys have no lives whatsoever.
It looks like, at least by the chat, people are making fun of the throw and that Tyreek Hill had to sit and wait for the pass to get there.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
What they're doing.
How far was it? He doesn't need to go. You're not going to be throwing those kind of balls anyways in games. It's very rare. So it doesn't really matter. Any person getting pressed over one throw, and there are counties, it's embarrassingly weak. I mean, it's just stupid. Who cares? It's just a throw. It has nothing to do with anything whatsoever. But it's amazing how the Tua haters are they're waiting to troll the entire time. Just like that dude from the Sentinel. All he does is troll. Nobody's on your timeline, but you got to come to somebody else's timeline. Just got my tickets to see the Lumineers here in Charlotte. They're pretty good. I like the Lumineers. They're all right. Big O, check your voice while talking to a Barry White, my brother. Yeah, I'm trying, man. It's just hard. I love betting to a haters on football and taking their money. There you go. Big O, the other problem is people have is that they cannot let go dumb stuff trolls say. And once they engage in it, it turns into a nasty argument. I normally just make comments and don't engage with anybody. It's like, it just gets to a point like, I've got that troll on me all the time. It's like, dude, I'm not even searching for your ass. Why are you always here? Whatever. If Tua fails, then all you people will you'll have your fun, right? And if Tua succeeds, we're gonna have a blast. All I know is if I know you're a Tua hater and he does succeed, you're not gonna have fun with me. That's all I know. Okay? So you Tua haters, you better hope he fails. Because if I know who you are, when you talk to me or come up to me, I'm going to look at you and say, shut the F up. Get the hell out of here. Get out of my face. You don't know shit. Move. So you better hope he fails. You better hope he fails. That's all I got to say. Oh, man, you better hope he fails. Because if he succeeds, I am going to be unstoppable and unbearable. Just want you to know that. So you better pray to whatever twisted God you look at or whatever. Okay? You better hope. Because the Kraken will be unleashed. By the way, 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Love it. See, Dola, Big O, what happened to Terra? Well, Bitcoin's fine. I'm not worried about Bitcoin. Terra got sabotaged. By the way, I bought Terra this morning. I did. I bought Terra this morning. I got it at 89 cents, 90 cents or something, right? It's at 463. I could sell right now for 4 times what I bought. But I'm not going to do that. It was at $100. If Duquan, is it Duquan, if Duquan figures this crap out, which I don't know, I doubt it. But I said I don't care, whatever. I don't have a big bag in Luna, So I'm not worried, but I know a lot of people that do, and it's sad. But their stable coin, they still have a ton of money, still have billions and billions in DeFi. So they're good on that end for now. For now. But I don't know how they stabilize their coin anymore at this point. But I did get it, like, let me see in my history here. Let me make sure. Yeah, 89 cents I got it at. I just bought a bunch of it at 89 cents. I said, what the hell? It's 89 cents. This thing was over $100. If he figures it out and he gets to 30 or 40 or 50 bucks and I bought it at 89 cents, who cares, bro? Throw it away. I just, didn't I tell you guys to get it like right before, and it was at $2. It's at $4 now. I would have made you money on Luna just a little bit ago. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. I didn't have a big bag in Luna, so I'm not worried about it. But now, maybe increase a little bit here. Take advantage. Shiba, same thing I've been saying about Shiba. That's a long-term play. All of this, look, dude, there's blood in the streets right now, okay? Stock market is crashed. Crypto's down, way down. Everything's down. Now's when you buy. Amazon will bounce back. Tesla will bounce back. Bitcoin will bounce back. Ethereum will bounce back. They're all going to bounce back. They're not going anywhere. They're great companies. So, or in Bitcoin's case, it's the future. It's what is going to be defined as the world's currency when it's all said and done, even though it won't be used as currency by smart people, but still. It'll all come back. But this has been a perfect storm. Half of Europe gets their wheat from Ukraine. They're a little busy right now. China's completely shut down. Everybody's in their homes. They're not producing any products. So, again, the supply chains broken down. We got cargo ships, bunched up in the West Coast. We've got inflation, obviously, with the amount of money we've printed the last 4 years from Trump to Biden, that we've printed a bunch of money that now we've got to then have the rate hikes to kind of get back on track, right? It's the perfect storm of everything going on, right? And that's what has created this mess for everything all over the world. So whether it's supply chains, whether it's crypto, whether it's Bitcoin, stocks, you name it, everybody's suffering. But if you can afford to invest, now's when you invest. Now's when you take advantage. These are the rock bottoms. These are the rock bottoms of it all. Here's where you scoop it up. Imagine if I was rich. I would have gotten Luna right now at 89 cents. Okay. So let's say I felt like putting $500,000 into it. Right now, I could have turned around and made it $2 million. But I'm not rich. So I can only put 50 bucks. Right? I can make it 200 right now, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait. So I could turn 50 into 200, but I can hold on a little bit more. 200 is not going to do anything for me. It'll pay, something, a little bit of an electric bill or whatever, but it's not going to give me. So I'll wait. Maybe it goes up to $10, $15, $20. Boom. You know what I mean? It's the way it goes. Gotta take. This is when you take advantage. Again, discretionary income. Don't ever invest any rent, any mortgage money, any money you need for food, to pay for your car. You never do that, because that's money you're going to need right away. You invest money that you don't need, that you can say, I'm going to let it sit there. So there you go. That's my lesson for you. I'm on track to have over 1 million for retirement. This current down in the market, like back in the mid 2000s, is awesome for me. It's awesome. If you have the money to invest, this is a beautiful time. Oh my God. Let's see. El Salvador is screwed. They just bought another bunch of Bitcoin. They're doing just fine. Susie Q. They're smart. They're one of the countries that actually gets it. They just bought more in the dip right now. They got I forgot how many Bitcoins they bought at 29,000. Smart as hell. They're actually one of the countries that out of those kind of countries, they're going to be better off than most down the line. But that's fine, man. It's all good when people have no freaking clue what the hell they're talking about and they comment on something that they don't know, but whatever. Let's see. Ken Sean says, good morning. Bitcoin is going down, like I said on my Fibonacci. Your Fibonacci doesn't mean shit, bro. Your Fibonacci doesn't mean anything. My buddy was doing the same thing yesterday. Your Fibonacci has nothing to do with tankers getting stuck in canals or on the coast, or Ukraine can't produce wheat, or that China's locked down because of COVID, or that there's a war going on, or that we printed more money than God in the last 4 years. So now we got rate hikes. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with reality. Your Fibonacci bullshit you've been saying for 6 months now. So at one point or another, something came to a head, and it's called life. Life bit everybody in the ass, and that's what's going on. Fibonacci, my ass. Okay? Technical analysis, my ass. Reality is what's taking over right now in the stock market, in crypto, in everything. Technical analysis can help out sometimes. Right now, it's simply nothing but a coincidence. And what I love about technical analysis is they want to compare it to 2020 or 2018 or 2012 or 2015, whatever fits their narrative of technical analysis. Brother, I watch it. I follow it. Kiss my ass with all of it. Okay? It's the reality of what we're in now. It's what's gone on. It's what technical analysis cannot predict. Cannot predict the way Putin's going to act. It cannot predict that half of Europe can no longer get wheat because Ukraine is in the middle of a war. Okay? So, technical analysis, my ass. Thank you, Ken Sean. Big O, Brady's contract. Yeah, good for him, bro. Happy for him. So, it is what it is. Technical analysis. Oh, Lordy. Big O, how the hell do you muster up the energy to deal with these fools? Yeah, we straighten them out. Like the troll from last night. The troll, I had Freddie Coleman from ESPN. Go get him, O, on Twitter. Even Freddie Coleman from ESPN saw me having to deal with the troll from the Sentinel. Freddie Coleman's a good dude, by the way. I should get him on. Global calamities are buying opportunities. That's exactly what's going on, man. It's exactly what's going on. Except for the Luna thing. That might have been a sabotage by some other companies. Man, that Luna thing is really ugly. Poor guy. But I mean, I feel bad for the people that had a lot of money in Luna because that thing was blowing up, bro. Blowing up. Big O, it's funny that Omar has been paving the road to say he was always on Tua's side. He's been less on Tua's. He's been less of a Tua hater lately, but the receipts are there. Oh yeah, no, he's off the bandwagon. he can't get back on the bandwagon. You can't be that wishy-washy. There's no flip-flopping here. You can't do that. There's no fence straddling on this show. No. And so he chose his side. Okay? So he's off the bandwagon. Like I told him the other day, we're about to back up the bandwagon and run his ass over just to make sure. Okay? So, yeah, no, he's off the bandwagon. Okay? I see it. Jamie, I see some of these guys that are anti-Tua guys, and they're trying to prepare themselves just in case with the little things like, well, they're bringing a good offensive coach that should help them out. Well, if they fix the running game, well, that should help them out. And so they're trying to set things up already to kind of say, well, he's playing well, but he's had all this help. Yeah, well, of course, everybody needs help. Everybody needs competence around them in order to succeed. Okay? I couldn't succeed at 1210 or I couldn't succeed at Onside Radio because I had effing incompetence around me. It's funny that in 11 months doing our own podcast, we're way more successful than Onside and 1210 combined. Oh, and QAM too, by the way. Throw all three of them in there. And we're more successful in all of them combined now. I wonder why. Maybe I don't have to deal with politics. Maybe I don't have to deal with incompetence. Maybe I don't have to deal with a bunch of effing assholes that don't know shit about my business. How about that one? Because that always helps. Doesn't help to work with people that don't know what the hell you're doing. And that's what I had to deal with the last two stops. A bunch of freaking idiots. But you can't advance with idiots. Ask Tua. I know how Tua feels. I've been surrounded with incompetence. So I know. I've seen it at QAM, incompetence. I've seen it at 1210, incompetence. I've seen it at Onside, incompetence. Can't succeed that way, dude. You can't succeed with people that don't know what they're doing. You try, but you can't. In June, we start with a national advertising agency on this show. You think they had one at 1210? You think they had one over at Onside? No. But we have one. Incompetence. So I know how Tua feels. You can't win. You can't succeed when the people around you do not allow you to succeed and are constantly stopping you from growing. So here goes what we're doing now, and it's a hell of a lot more successful. I wonder why. Damn. Dougie Fresh says, my technical analysis offers that Harden's BMI will keep him anchored to around 15 points per game at best. Big O, stay monotone with no humor, no laughing, no anger. Be a zombie and go Tua. Keep throwing to whomever you like. Idiots commenting on a non-issue. Exactly. It's what it is. The Tua train has left the station. Those left on the platform can't get on board. No, those on the platform, I'm throwing them on the tracks. And backing the goddamn train up. Just to change the subject, Big O, what was the first concert you went to? Holy crap, dude. Boston Poco, Doobie Brothers, Miami Baseball Stadium. There you go. Another one of my early concerts was Van Halen, Fair Warning, Hollywood Sportatorium. Couple. I'm old, bro. I'm old. I'm really old. Let's see. Stoneface Master. Excellent point, Big O. Competency surrounding you can make all the difference. Yeah, dude. Trust me, bro. Trust me. What if people aren't competent and if they aren't supportive, you can't win, bro. You can't succeed. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. And that's anything in life, in every business. No business can thrive if you're working with people that don't know what the hell you're doing. I lost a couple of years of my life having to deal with the shit I had to deal with at 1210 and onside. Yeah. That was, considering my 5 stents in my heart, I didn't need that stress in my life. You know, and you go with an open heart and an open mind, and you hope that, people are there for the right reasons and they want to do it. And, at times they have the right, they mean well, but they don't know what the hell they're doing. And so it sucks. That would be the onside part. They meant well. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. The other side was just forget about it. That wasn't even ever. I didn't have a chance ever in that one. Mine was the Police 83 OB. Oh, dude, I quit Play World to be at that concert. I was working at Play World on 49th Street and 12th, I think it is, right across from Gus Machado Ford and Hardee's. Fat people, no food. So, anyways, I miss Hardee's, by the way. God, I miss Hardee's. So, we used to go after concerts, hang out at Hardee's till like 2 a.m. That strip back in the 80s, in the early 80s, the 49th Street strip at night was fun. It was fun. But anyway, so I asked for it off because it was the Police. I think it was the B-52s, right? And the Fix, if I'm correct, right? The Fix, B-52s, and the Police, right? I think it was, if I'm correct. And I love the Fix, love the Police, B-52s. I think it was B-52s, if I'm correct. I know it was the Fix, and I know it was the Police. I want to say B-52s. God, it was so long ago. And he didn't want to give me the day off. So I told him, hey, I really want to go to this concert. I have tickets already. You scheduled me. I need to be off. And he says, no, I can't. You got to work it. I said, well, I'm not working it. I quit. Have a great life. And so, I got a job the following week somewhere else. Who gives a shit? Didn't matter to me. You know what I mean? I had like 30 jobs when I was in high school. I quit. I think I quit Black Angus on a concert also. I mean, I worked on the mall at 49th Street. You know how it is when you're a teenager. You get all kinds of jobs. You don't give a shit. No, I would never allow anybody to get in the way of a concert. No. Unacceptable. Police, Animals, and the Fix. Oh, okay, there you go. I knew it was the Fix. I don't know why I thought it was the B-52s. Anyway, so I went to the concert, had a blast, and the rest is history. Yeah, that was the Synchronicity Tour. Big O, check out the group The Dead South and their song In Hell. I'll be in good company. Dead South. In Hell, I'll be in good company. All right. I will do that. By the way, a buddy of mine turned me on yesterday to something called Ground Lift. Till You Run Out of Time. Pretty groovy tune. I like their sound. I want to hear more of them, but that was pretty good. Ground Lift. Let's see. Journey, Crap version of Aerosmith, Hager. Oh, yes. I was there, Miami Baseball Stadium. Yes. Aerosmith played for 50 minutes. So pissed. But that was the Rocks album. When the Lightning Strikes. They opened. Then it was Bryan Adams. Then it was Sammy Hager. Then it was the Police. I remember that concert. I was there. Sammy Hager looked into the camera and said, I show you my D, but it doesn't fit on the screen. Remember that line too. Oh, yes. I remember Westland Mall and Farrell's. Come on, man. You got to play Space Invaders and Pac-Man. You played at Farrell's. That's what you do. Or, Funorama. Either one. Whichever one you want. Hardee's fries were really good. I love Hardee's. Back in the day, God. Have you heard anything on Hakeem Hicks from the Bears? Yeah, no, I haven't heard anything. Might be a money thing. Big O, you should take on Joe's morning slot on QAM. You will finally have a morning. What is wrong with you, dude? Why would I want to work at QAM? What is wrong with you? I just talked right now about effing incompetence. Why would I want to join those idiots? I should block you just for that. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. You're blocked. There you go. Just for stupidity. That's all. Just pure ignorance, and you're a dumbass. I just told you I have 5 stents in my heart, and it's incompetence, and that we're more successful right now than what's going on anywhere else right now. Thank the Lord. And you want me to take over Joe's slot to work for a company that couldn't go to Vegas for the draft and isn't going to go to Vegas for the Summer League and isn't going to go to the East-West Shrine Game or the Senior Bowl or the Combine and doesn't pay for any of that. By the way, they can't even get anybody on because we own them all. Now, Joe will retire at the end of this year. That's what I think it is. It's this calendar year it ends, and he's out the door. Yeah, that's what's going to end up happening. It's like, wow, do you listen to what the host says? Pay attention to the host. How many times do I tell you that I would never work for a sports station ever again? I wouldn't work for a corporation anymore. I'm done with that. I don't need them. And guess what? I don't want them. When I'm done with this, which, you know what? I'm 55, maybe 65. If blessings, if Sean and I can run this for 10 years, good. I'm out. But this is going to be our show. Sean and I are going to run this, and that's it. I'm not doing anything else. I'm never going back to radio. Work for QAM. What a clown you are, bro. God. Jesus. I know, Nizzle, thank you, bro, for looking out for me to take it easy on those stents. But it's like, I just went through this whole diatribe. And this moron comes back with, hey, well, why don't you take over at QAM? It's like, do you listen? Content is king, Big O. Where's the crown? He's better than 560 QAM, not even debatable. Thank you, sir. Very nice of you. Yeah, you know what? Greater Good Special Needs Fitness Guru has been trolling for months. He needed to get ghosted. You're right. He has been saying stupid shit for a while, and you kind of, you get to a point where it's like, enough, So the idiots don't realize that we don't need the idiots until they get booted. And then they're like, oh my God, no, I can't say stupid things anymore. Oh, you should cash out all your crypto and put it in the market. Yeah, that would be real smart. Alice Cooper, 74. Welcome to my nightmare. Nice job by you, Steve. All right, let's take a break. It's 11 o'clock. Top of the hour. Time to break.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good afternoon, or actually still good morning, or it could be good evening, could be good afternoon, depends when you're listening to the podcast at any time. And don't forget to please smash the like button. Welcome aboard, folks. Hour number 3, I think, or 4, whatever the hell it is here on the program. What is it, 3 or 4? What is this, Sean? 3? 3, right? No, 4. Actually, 4. That's right. So it's hour 4. What else do we? Oh, by the way, congratulations to Inter Miami. They defeated Tormenta FC 3-1 yesterday in the U.S. Open Cup. I saw Neville wasn't very happy. Well, of course, Higuain played. He kills everything. He's the sourpuss. He's the bad luck schleprock of the team. Oh, wowsy, wowsy, woo, woo. Hey, they make it to the round of 16 in the U.S. Open Cup. They're not going to do anything in the regular season. So this is really good for them to do it. Yes, sir.
Did you see what happened to your boy Robbie?
He scored.
He scored, but he got into a tussle. He got a red card and was thrown out of the game.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, him and one of the other guys got into it late in the game, and both got red card right out of the game. Yeah, Robbie trying to show that fire.
Wow, well, I'd like to see that because I see too much. What's that called? Mama's boy.
Yeah, well, he pushed.
When I look at Robbie Robinson, I see Mama's boy.
Yeah, it kind of looked that way. He pushed. It took a headlock, and he got swung to the ground. So,
okay, all right.
Yeah. But he showed some fire.
Nice to see him show some cojones. That's nice. But no, it's good for them. It's good for them. I want them to succeed badly, man. They're not going to do anything in the regular season because they're not good enough. But this U.S. Open Cup stuff, this is something good for the franchise. There's no doubt about that. Let's see. We got Bucks and Celtics tonight at 7 o'clock. Warriors and Grizz at 9:30. Warriors could end this thing. No Morant. It's just without Ja, it's just impossible. The series is gone. You know, it's a shame too, man. God, that kid is awesome. He is so good to watch. But the Bucks Celtics, that should be a lot of fun tonight, game 5. It was just announced. I saw this on the news, Cowboys and Packers for week 10 at 4:25 Sunday, November 13th on Fox. Let me ask you something. Why do the Cowboys get so many headlines? I mean, it's the most disappointing professional team in all of pro sports. All of it. Nobody gets more hype and never lives up to it than the Cowboys. They're not the worst franchise in pro sports because there's other franchises that lose a lot more and all that, but they are the biggest choking dogs in all of pro sports. Nobody's hyped up more. Like, why should the Cowboys ever be news? Only because it's the Cowboys. Only it's because we've made them this so-called America's team. But they're really America's clown. Because that's what Jerry Jones is. He's just a clown. A clown that keeps getting in the way of his big top. And yet somehow, the NFL feeds you these headlines, reporters feed you these headlines, TV companies feed you these headlines, and this team never lives up to anything. It's the most hyped up bunch of bullcrap that exists in all of pro sports, the Cowgirls. It's the most useless and empty headline that there is every single time. The Cowgirls. Just amazing. Top headline now there on Pro Football Talk. And it's like, why would anybody care except the loser Cowboy fans that have to watch all that crappy hype every single year? And probably the idiots are buying into it. Because if you're a Cowboy fan and you buy into your own hype of your team, you're an idiot every year. My God. Holy crap. Just be grateful if they make the playoffs. Don't even talk about anything else. Don't talk about double digits, deep runs into the playoffs, championships. Don't talk about anything like that. It's garbage, dude. It is disrespectful to girls and women. You're right about that. You're right. You're right. I shouldn't call them cowgirls because they probably show way more pride. Women would show more pride than the men that play for the Cowboys. You're right about that. That's a good call on your part. That's my bad. I apologize. I apologize to women all over the world. Okay? That was wrong on my part. I'm an American, and the Cowboys have never been my team, not even during the Jimmy Johnson days. Big O, 20-year finance professional here, worked on Wall Street. The inflation we're dealing with is due to the supply chain issues. Yes, there's no doubt that's part of it. Yes. Taxes is part of it too. COVID, part of it. A war, I don't think a lot of people realize that half of Europe gets their wheat from Ukraine. I didn't know that. Like, that's a ridiculous number. That's why they say it's like really hard to fight that war outside of the cities, because there's no mountains and it's all just flat plain. So they can see you from miles away, you know what I mean? So there's nowhere to hide or anything like that. So it's a lot tougher to fight that out in the open field. And that's because they grow a lot of wheat. I had no idea that the half of Europe relied on them for wheat. That's crazy. There's so many things going on, not just the supply chain, not just COVID, not just the war, not just taxes. I mean, it's just everything that goes on with it. It's just, there's a lot of things. It's been the perfect tsunami of hurt on all the financial markets. And that's what's happening. Every financial market in the world is hurting. Doesn't matter what it is. Jones feeds his mainstream media garbage, and the media keeps it overhyped. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. David says, in the NHL playoffs, most of the David versus Goliaths giant killing happens in round one. Energy and emotion is highest in round one and not sustainable into round 2, 3, etc. Panthers just need to get by the Caps. David, when you watch playoff hockey, I think it gets as intense as we get deeper, my brother. Playoff hockey is monstrous, bro. It's awesome. It's the best playoffs in all of pro sports, and I'm a football guy. But I'll admit, playoff hockey is I admire these guys that play hockey because for them to physically hold up the way they hold up throughout that entire season and maintain that intensity and to do this 82 times a year and then the playoffs. That's crazy, man. I don't know how your body can take that kind of a punishment. And so there's nothing more impressive than watching the toughness of a hockey player. Yeah, football is tough, but dude, hockey, forget it. It's crazy. I disagree with you on that. The intensity, I think, it ratchets it up every round. Playoff hockey is second to none, man. Let's see. That's why Europe wants Ukraine to be a part of NATO. Well, I think I think they want Ukraine to be a part of NATO, my brother, because they don't want Russia to take over Ukraine because then that puts them on the doorstep of a whole bunch of other countries in Europe. And then they feel like they're threatened. And Ukraine becomes an enormous buffer between Russia and a lot of the countries that are on the end of that European continent. So there's many reasons. But, listen, it's better to be part of NATO. Who else wants to be part of Russia and Putin and that disgusting regime? So it's not going to get any prettier over there because Putin's losing badly because he cannot win the way he wanted to win. And now he is sending body bags home like he never thought he was. So it's going to get ugly over there. Crypto isn't a good hedge against fiat if it moves them with the market trends. The process, and it's not crypto, it's Bitcoin. Okay. And Bitcoin will eventually be the thing that you will hedge against inflation because you will learn that the governments can manage their own currency and you buy less and less every year with your dollar. And eventually you'll find out that no government is going to control Bitcoin. So then the people will control it. And then that way the value will maintain. By the way, with all of the crap going on, for it to be right now, where is it at 29 right now? That's actually incredibly impressive. And for those of you that don't know what happened with the Terra Luna thing, with Terra having to, it's at 31,000 again now. For it to get back to 31 after Terra had to sell off its billion in Bitcoin, I think this is an incredible test of strength for Bitcoin. What's going on here? Considering the supply chain, everything else that's going on with it, it still is holding really, really strong overall. So it's already becoming the hedge on inflation that a lot of people expect it to be. And in a couple of years, it will be your only hedge on inflation. But that's fine, man. If you don't want to believe it, that's all right. That's normal. That's just the way it is. People are not used to change and they don't accept it until it's already past them. So that's fine. No problem. You'll figure it out in the end. That's all good. But, you go ahead. Ukrainian immigrants were the best sod busters on the planet. When they immigrated to North America, they started the wheat fields of North Plains and Canada's prairies as our breadbasket. I had no idea. That's actually pretty cool knowledge. I didn't know that. Andres, Biden being incompetent as well. Yeah. They're all incompetent, bro. Sorry if your butt hurt about one side, my man. Sorry about that, Andres. Okay? But don't try to think your side's got it right. I love Democrats and Republicans. You people actually, some of you that actually really believe your side's got it right. God, Man, you guys are naive as hell. I love the people. They have to go take the shot at the other side. Like they think their side's got it right. That's why we're in this mess. And we'll continue to be in this mess because both sides don't know what the hell they're doing. And guess what? They've fooled plenty of people on both sides that you're buying it hook, line, and sinker. Damn. Suckers born every second. And they're Democrats and Republicans. Holy crap. It's awesome. Morning, Big O. 2 questions. Did you win any money in Vegas? What's your thoughts on Lynn Bowden making the team? I'll win money in Vegas if the Dolphins win 9. The only gambling I did. I bought my ticket for the Dolphins over 8.5. That's all I did, my man. I did not hit any blackjack tables. I did not hit any craps tables, which I love both, but I did not, my man. I only made one bet, and that was the Dolphins over 8.5. That's it. That's the only bet I made. So there you go. The Russians are stealing all the grain and farm equipment in Ukraine. Well, that's fine. They don't even know how to use their own tanks. Did you hear about it? They're finding tanks with like regular GPSs that are stuck to them, like what we put in our cars. By the way, not for nothing here, okay? Just for, because I know once nuclear weapons are involved, it doesn't matter. Nobody wins. But if it came to hand-to-hand combat, just on the fields, is there any doubt that the Americans would wipe the floor with all these sorry-ass Russians? Like, is there any doubt whatsoever that we would crush these fools? I mean, that's kind of what it looks like. I'm sorry. Looks like a very ill-prepared army. I'm just saying. Okay? It's kind of weird. Yeah, no, Chuck E. Cheese and say, get a Garmin. It's like, yeah, they have Garmins put on their fucking, tanks. They're finding the tanks with like GPSs on there. I just get the feeling like if it went, not that it would ever, I don't want it to get anywhere. I'm just saying, from what I'm seeing, they're not impressive whatsoever. There's like nothing to fear of the Russians at all. They look as incompetent. They look like Gomer Pyle is running their army. That's what it looks like. Sorry for you young people out there. Do we have a Gomer Pyle reference in the modern day? See, this is my problem when I'm doing talk shows. I need modern day references, but they don't exist. We don't have a modern day military goofball. Right? We don't have one. Does it exist nowadays? Is there a modern military goofball right now? Adam says, Russian army is made of a bunch of clowns. I mean, I'm not impressed with their army, I got to say. Like, we're supplying Ukraine with stuff that, it's like, it's not our top-notch stuff. So can you imagine? We would pick these fools apart in a combat. Like, it wouldn't even be competition. So I'm just saying, Putin has been bamboozled by his military commanders. Their antiquated military is laughable. It is. I mean, it's crazy, dude. Big O, go back and listen to George Carlin, what he thought about our politicians. Man, oh, yes. Oh, God, yes. Yes. No, I know all of George Carlin, my brother. What's that called? I pray at the altar of a George Carlin. I love George Carlin. He's awesome. George Carlin gave you, like Richard Pryor, they were masters at giving you the truth, and then you're able to laugh about it, but deep down inside, there was a crap ton of truth about everything that they were talking about. And that's the beauty of comedians, the ones that really know how to communicate in a way where we have to take the lighter side of it, but deep down inside, we know, yeah, it's a problem. Let's see. Their tanks were getting crushed by javelins. By the way, I do want to mention Bob Lanier passed away at the age of 73. Pistons and Bucks great. Obviously a legend in the NBA. Our thoughts and prayers to Mr. Lanier and his family, and obviously the Pistons and Bucks family losing a great one there. Let's take a quick break. Give me a couple minutes here to rest the voice a little bit. I got something really cool I want to talk about. Two things I want to talk about. And somebody in the NFL who's had their own problems, but, you got to respect when they're able to face their problems. And on top of that, they're also willing to help others. And I think it's a really cool story. We'll talk about that on the other side. Let's take a quick break. Sean Stanley, by the way, mastering this program as always and dominating. And I wouldn't want to work with anybody more than Sean Stanley. Back with more.
What? Oh, look.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. you can rely on essential moving experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, there we go. Got to make sure the mic is on. Thank you all for joining us here. Hour number 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever this is. Appreciate you all out there. I told you about a little story that I thought was actually really, really cool. And this is a guy that, I think some of us have, kind of had fun with him because I know myself, I've had fun with him because he's kind of been a fool at times. And I'm talking about Bob Irsay, the owner of the Indianapolis Colts, who has obviously done some things that are kind of questionable. And on top of all of that, he's also had his own personal issues, depression, and he had an addiction to prescription medicine, all of these kind of things. And so Irsay has had to face those demons. And to his credit, not only has he faced those demons and tackled those demons, but he is also doing his job or his part of trying to help other people that have faced the same kind of issues. And you got to love and admire that because, look, man, we all go through trials and tribulations in life. It's going to happen whether we like it or we don't. That's just part of life. But you've got to face them. And you've got to try to better yourself if you can, and looks like he has. And in the spirit of it all, to put it that way, the Colts owner has spent millions on a Fender guitar by Kurt Cobain. Now, it's not a done deal yet, but the item in question is a Fender guitar Kurt Cobain played in Smells Like Teen Spirit music video. Irsay opened up the bidding at $2 million because Cobain's heirs have pledged that a portion of the proceeds will go to Kicking the Stigma, an Irsay family initiative for mental health. He says the guitar is big and it relates so much to stigma, Irsay said via the Indianapolis Star. When you have mental illness, people die. These are fatal diseases: bipolar, schizophrenia, postpartum depression, alcoholic addictions. With fatal diseases, people die and they don't choose to die. Those of us who are alive, we're not stronger or better. We didn't get our act together more. We didn't have more character. That's where it's so false. And so he has made this bid. We talked about this last week, that guitar was going to go up for bid. And it's a very famous guitar because it was in two of the most popular videos of all time, and a band that started a genre of music. Obviously, that's why Nirvana is so important, just like Black Sabbath is, and many other bands that started certain genres of music, Kraftwerk, you name it. Elvis Presley, whatever. All these kind of people are, they're watershed moments in music history. And Nirvana was a watershed moment in music history for good reasons and for bad reasons too, because I was also a hair metal fan too. And while I enjoyed the grunge, I hated that it cost hair metal also, its place, which kind of bothered me a little bit about it. Where I think everybody can coexist because I'm a guy that loves all kinds of music, but there were good and bad about that era. You know what I'm saying? And for him to make that bid, and I don't know if somebody is going to bid higher, which I would imagine somebody will, because that guitar stands for so much. And obviously Cobain taking his life, dealing with depression. So it's a good thing that they're gonna be able to do that. The only thing I ask is that crazy woman any part of this decision? Because that if there's one thing I can't stand, I do not like, I can't trust, I can't trust her as far as I can throw her, is Courtney Love. I mean, to me, she's like a walking cancer. There's a part of me that says if Cobain had a stronger woman, he might still be around. You know what I'm saying? Speaking as a man that is married to a strong woman who has helped me through so much in the 30, I don't know, what is it, 35, 36 years that we've been together. And any man out there that has a strong woman and a supportive woman that has been behind you through all kinds of things, you know what I'm talking about. Okay? Because it's something that is really, really important in life at times. There's some of you out there, you've succeeded, man or woman, without somebody by your side. And congratulations to you. But those of us that have gone through life and you have that partner with you, it's priceless. Foundation at home is priceless. That no matter what happens, you go home and the people you love are there and the people that support you are there. That foundation is just something that you cannot replace. You know what I'm saying? So I look at Cobain and sometimes I say, if he had a strong woman next to him, a woman that could have maybe pull him out of the crap, not be in the middle of the crap with him, maybe he might still be here. You know, screwed up part is if Nirvana continues, is there no Foo Fighters? Does Dave Grohl ever get to reach his potential like he has now? How screwed up is everything, right? There is, if Nirvana and grunge doesn't succeed, does heavy metal and hair metal last longer? There's a repercussion to everything and anything in life. How twisted is that, right? And you can look at the good and you can look at the bad of everything that comes from every turn in life. It's crazy. If you want to succeed in life, you need a strong woman by your side. My wife and I push each other to get where we are today. No doubt. No doubt. Courtney Love is Yoko Ono 2.0. I get what you're saying, but it's I disruptive, yes, but in different ways. That's what I would tell you. I understand the comparison because of the end result, but I would tell you that the way they both negatively impacted their bands are completely different, is what I would say. That's how I would phrase it. Mike No Go Zone says, agree with you that hair metal died with grunge, but it was needed. Hair metal was getting too stale. I still love my hair metal, man. I'm sorry. I still love my hair metal. Don't take my hair metal away from me, Mike No Go Zones. I still love it, bro. Okay. So I just I love it. Susie says, watch the documentary Red Penguin, where some rich Americans started a hockey league in Russia. Explain a lot about Russian culture. Let's see. Courtney Love is what happens when you combine Yoko Ono with the clap and a shaker of formaldehyde from the from the Tricky Dicky screwdriver. Bonus points if you know the music reference. Tricky Dicky screwdriver. What music reference is that? Oh. Somebody's got to help me out on this. Get Dougie Fresh's Tricky Dicky screwdriver reference. What does that mean? Love that hair metal era. Still plays well today. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, baby. Yes, it does. Hair metal and grunge died. Along came Pantera. I'm happy about that. Wasn't Pantera 80s? Didn't Pantera and Metallica come before grunge? I want to say that. I don't think so, sir. I mean, I have nothing. I love Pantera. I'm not a big what's it called thrash metal guy, but Pantera's where I draw the line, actually. Yeah, dude, Pantera started in 81. What the hell are you talking about, bro? Yeah, no, you're wrong. But thanks for playing. I saw, Metallica and all they were in the 80s. That was way before grunge, bro. Grunge is like at the end of the 80s to the 90s is when grunge started. Like 89, I think 90 is when grunge started. You have your music history a little mixed up, my brother. Pantera's older than what you think. Actually, that happens. You know what happens? Some people think also that Red Hot Chili Peppers are like 90s. I get that all the time from people. It's like, no, dude, they're early 80s. You may not have followed them, but they're early 80s. So, Courtney used to come into the Pasadena store strung. Yeah, I mean, Pantera was around before grunge, but they weren't. No, they're not heavy metal. They're groove metal, right? Is what we call Pantera. They're like, we don't even call Pantera even thrash metal. It's not groove metal, but it's called something like that. I forgot what's the word we use for Pantera, because they're like a different sound, dude. Like they're special. They're special, man. They got a sound that was, you got to give props to Pantera. I like them. I like them. Big O, even my kids love hair metal. 70s, 80s, early 90s. I still live it, of course. Hair metal's amazing, dude. It's great music. I mean, give me a break. It's awesome. Should have never been killed, but crap happens, right? We lost the psychedelic era. You end up, punk goes out. You still will have influences of those that will hang around for years to come after, but the genre, obviously, of punk shrunk and disappeared, and of grunge shrunk and disappeared, and of hair metal shrunk and disappeared. But you'll have your influences around nowadays that are still going back to those eras in those genres. So yeah, speed metal. I don't call them speed metal. I want to say it was like groove. I want to say is what we were calling them, something like that. I forgot what it was. You know what? In fact.
Oh, I looked it up. It said groove metal.
Oh, it is groove metal? Okay.
That was so one of the things. It said groove metal, heavy metal, things like that. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They're a different sound than just speed. To just call them speed metal is unfair to Pantera, is what I'm trying to tell you. And those of us that follow Pantera, you kind of like look at Pantera and say, no, dude, they're not like this. They're not Testament. Okay. I get it that they're all kind of in that genre, but they're a little different than Testament, you know? Ooh, the bots are back and gone. The Tricky Dicky screwdriver is from the Dead Kennedys, California Uber allies. Okay. I know the Dead Kennedys, but I don't know them hardcore. So that's why you got me. You know, Butthole Surfers and those kind of bands with the Dead Kennedys and all that. I know of them, but I don't know, their catalogs and stuff like that. Groove metal is right, is what Chad is telling me also. Aaron Cutler also says I was spot on. All right, I don't know why. Maybe I thought it was a little different. Swamp metal. What the hell is swamp metal? Is that like some kind of country metal? Anyone who like Phil with Pantera would love Down. Is that the name of the band, Down? J-Town says, just jumped in, but hear music talk. Thanks for the Biffy Clyro tip the other day, Big O. Black Chandelier is a great tune. Yeah, well, you should listen to their catalog. They are fantastic. Wolves of Winter. Go listen to a bunch of their music. You will love it. They are, and they have a variety of their music. That's the other thing that I love about Biffy. They don't have just one sound, so they can play a slower tune to an edgier tune to a hard tune to a grooving tune. The concert was freaking awesome. It was great. Let's see. Big O, remember the back house at Richie's house? Oh, so yes, definitely. Of course. It was in between 4th and Palm. And it was, I want to say somewhere in around 50-something street or something, if I remember correctly. God, those were the days. Those were the days. Hialeah High was a blast in the early 80s. My former band, Ding, was a swamp metal. Drop really low and just like sludge and stoner metal combined. We tried to make it our own thing. I got you. Down, a band made of a few different metal bands. More stoner rock than Pantera sound. I got you. Okay. Very cool. Anyway, nice job by Jim Irsay. Congratulations to him attacking his own issues and helping others who may have his same issues. And I think that's the sign of a person that understands, everything going on, not only with himself, but also has the opportunity and the ability to help others. I admire Jim Irsay for that. A guy that we've, had some fun with over the years. He had some problems, bro. This guy had a prescription addiction, like he had, a Pez dispenser hanging out and he was just popping them left and right. And for him to come back from that and save his life and to be able to, to do this now and to be able to help others, that's huge. That's huge. You got to admire that. I like that. More power to you, Jim. Good for you, my man. Jamie says, Big O, I still remember when I first heard Pantera on Headbangers Ball on MTV. Remember? Yeah. Yep. Those were the days. Did you guys see Kyrie Irving, by the way? So Kyrie Irving was picking on Celtic fans. If you can, Sean, take down the Perdomo screen there. And so Kyrie was talking to was on Twitch, right? And he was playing the game. And he was here he is. So he's making fun of Boston fans. Okay. So here he is playing. I'm not a video guy. He is playing Grand Theft Auto 5. Okay. And here's Kyrie.
What are you doing? Oh my God. Go back to Cleveland. Oh my God. Boston hates you. Oh my God. That's how y'all sound to me. Cockroaches. That's how y'all sound to me.
What you said?
Kyrie, please read my comment. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. What are you doing? Oh my God. Go back to Cleveland. Oh my God. Boston hates you. Oh my God. That's how y'all sound to me. Cockroaches. That's how y'all sound to me.
What you said?
Kyrie, please read my comment. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. What are you doing?
So Kyrie picking on Boston fans. Now, I'll tell you this. Boston fans, you've succeeded. It's bothering him. I get it in the middle of a game that they're screaming at you and, he's throwing up the American birds right there and all that. But he's not on the court right now. He's not in the Garden. He's on his home, supposedly, in the comfort zone of his home. And the Boston fans are still getting to him there. So, he can say whatever he wants and make fun of the Boston fan. Okay. But clearly they got to him. Because really, if it wasn't bothering you, you wouldn't talk about it. Right? I mean, what did I talk about earlier on the show? This troll from the Sentinel. Right? Why? Because he's bothering me all the time. I'm not on his timeline. He's on mine all the time. Same thing. But it's like clearly bothering you. So, Celtic fans, you have succeeded. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. We'll get ready for the final stretch of the program right here on the Big O Radio Show.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Wilton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Wilton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
house! Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV.
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slowens, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house!
Get out of the house! Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
You need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tom.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
I could always tell when it's not on because I'm not hearing myself. All right, there we go. Good afternoon, boys and girls, or maybe good morning. Depends if you're out in the West Coast or somewhere else. Thank you all for joining us here on the program. Lots of things to talk about, as always, on the show. Somehow or another, we have survived this long, which is really amazing. It's nice when I take a break and I'm able to lubricate, right? Sean, would you like to hear an interesting stat in our business? U.S. podcast ad revenue topped $2 billion in 2022. Listen to this. The podcast advertising business is continuing its upward trajectory, with U.S. ad sales expected to grow 47% this year to $2.13 billion, according to a new forecast. The actual declaration from last year, the sector hit $1.45 billion in 21, representing 72% annual growth. According to the report in 21, U.S. podcasting advertising revenue grew twice as fast as total internet advertising revenue, which was up 35% last year, according to 2021. Still, U.S. podcasting advertising revenue is poised to continue to double-digit growth, growing more than 100% over the next 2 years at an estimated $4.2 billion in 2024. Do you think it's smart to rely on the dollar or Bitcoin? Do you think it's smart to rely on radio or podcasting? Just saying. I have been very fortunate in my life that I've usually been the person that's been ahead on the curve on things and seeing what's coming up. By the way, I just want you to know crypto and the what's it called? It's not called the addition, the adaptation of crypto to our world. I'm not sure if you know this, it's at a faster pace than the internet. But don't worry about it. God is asking me. Now you are God, I'm not. So this is kind of uncomfortable for me. God, first of all, thank you for the super chat. Didn't know God was listening. Okay. Appreciate God listening here. God is asking me if he should buy Terra Luna. Now, I'm not a financial advisor. Did not sleep at a Holiday Inn last night. Okay. Just a guy who loves crypto. But I told you I purchased some Terra Luna this morning when it hit 89 cents. It's up to 239. So I'm pretty close to tripling my money if I felt like it. At 230, if you have money to waste. You want to throw away $50, $100, whatever you can afford, $200, $300, whatever you can afford to throw away, I would do it. This thing was at $100. What if it just goes up to 20? If you bought it at 226, and if it goes up to 20, 22, $25, not 100, you can sell then. If it goes up to 40, can you imagine? So, yeah, I would take a gamble on it at this point. Duquan and Terra Luna have billions invested in their DeFi. So if somehow or another, which I don't see them straightening out the ping of their stable coin, but if somehow they figure it out and Terra gets back going again, then yeah, it'll be a great investment. But as long as you're looking at it like a lottery ticket, right? When you play the $1, $5, $10 of lottery tickets, you know you're throwing the money away, right? And in this point right here, okay, I would tell you that's how you have to look at it. It may become a great investment, and then again, it may not. So be careful. But yeah, if you can afford to throw away a couple of dollars, hell yeah, I would throw away a couple of dollars on Terra for sure. What the hell? And again, thank you for the super chat, God. I don't know if anybody else sent in. I don't see any other ones. So thank you. Big O, since it's summertime, excited for any summer movies that are coming out. Do you like Jurassic Park? Huge game for the Panthers today. I do like the Jurassic Parks, so I may watch that one. Top Gun is one I'm thinking of going to the movies for. I can't expect it to be the original because the original was a great movie, but I'll check it out because Brockheimer is doing it also. He's the executive producer, I believe, or director, Jerry Bruckheimer. And considering the where special effects are nowadays and the maniac that Tom Cruise is, that he wants his movies to be as close to reality as possible by him doing his own stunts at times and all that. Yeah, as weird as some people look at Tom Cruise, I freaking love his movies, dude. I'm a Tom Cruise movie junkie. I got to tell you, if that's a bad thing, if that's something you want to make fun of, if I'm a fool or an idiot or a crazy Batman or bat crazy, not Batman, but bat crazy or whatever, go ahead and call me that. But I don't know how many movies I can say I love of that guy. But there aren't enough movies I can tell you that, from Last Samurai to Days of Thunder to Reacher to Top Guns to Mission Impossibles. I love the guy's movies, man. I do. I'm a Tom Cruise supporter. Standing on the couch and all his weirdness of, Scientology and all that crap. I don't care about all that garbage, but I like his movies, man. I like his movies. So that might be, Cruise might get me, those few times to the theater. Yeah, I think he might get me for that one. I might go with my wife and my daughter to go see that one. Rain Man, I loved it. Loved it. Yeah, dude. A Few Good Men. I can watch A Few Good Men over and over and over again, dude. I can watch a young Tom Cruise in Taps. It doesn't matter to me, bro. I'm a huge Tom Cruise fan. Always have been. Just, I don't know what it is, bro, but I love his movies. GP Trap says he's also back crazy and likes it. Campos says he also Cocktail. Definitely. Dude, Cocktail's got, not only is it a Tom Cruise movie, but it's got one of my favorite women of all time, Elizabeth Shue. Elizabeth Shue, for me, is one of the more naturally beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. So, yes, I'm a monster Elizabeth Shue fan. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Shue guy. Definitely. She's still good looking, man. She still looks great. Tom Cruise flew fighter jets for Maverick. Dude is a legend. He wants film a movie in space, and he would film a movie in space. Yeah, he's a crazy bastard. I love it. I love it. Yeah, Campos is also an Elizabeth Shue fan. I love Elizabeth Shue. In that, what's the one with the thief, the saint? She's a smoke show, man. She's a total smoke show. Finn's First Network says A Few Good Men, great movie. Yes. Always. Now, I've seen it so much. I love looking at, screw ups. So when Jack Nicholson goes after Tom Cruise, I'm going to rip your head off and pee down your skull or whatever the hell he says, or pee, whatever. So notice when he goes up after him, right? He has his tie on. But then when they show him again, he has to go pick up his hat. There's no tie. Just throw that out there a little bit. Stupid shit I recognize. And so next time you watch the movie, they had to reshoot it. He didn't put on his tie. And then they edited it just like that. Chucky Terzion says Tom Cruise does most of his own stunts. Yes, he does. Yeah. So, Sean, if you can, take down the Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises banner. He already did it. So, Sean, I took you to a place last week called Lake Mead. You remember? So, bodies are being found. Human remains are being found at Lake Mead's reservoir as water levels plunge. And as you see the white here, you're seeing that's how low the water levels are. And so we're next to Vegas. Meetings in the desert never really ended very well back in the day. So they found a barrel of somebody they found already a couple of bodies now, because as the water levels have gone down, the lake has shrunk. And where they found the body was the middle of the lake a couple of years ago. Now it's the shoreline. Like that barrel with that body was 30 something feet under the water when they threw it under the water. Now it's the shoreline. So the barrel was rusted out. There was a body decomposed inside. He had 70s or very early 80s clothes on. They even figured out that those clothes were sold at Kmart and everything in those days. So now they've got to, start the investigation. They found another body too. Some kids that were, playing in the water or whatever, they saw the bones sticking out. So now there's this show that wants to put out $5,000 to somebody to find the next body. So because it's literally next to Vegas, and what did it take us, Sean? 30 minutes from Vegas to be in Lake Mead? It's right there. It's a close drive. So back in the day, they must have been dumping bodies left and right in Lake Mead. Little did they know. Now, some of these people that they kill, that were killers and all that, they might be dead by now, or they're like 90 years old or 80 years old, those mafiosos from back in the day. Because if they were killing in the 70s, that's 40 years ago, 40-something years ago. If you're 30 or 40 then, what are you now? You're either dead or you're really old. First, they're going to have to figure that out, and they're going to have to, they have to identify the body, then identify when it went missing, and then all the other ties that, But it'll be interesting to see that as this lake continues to shrink, and we've talked about this before, how this is creating all kinds of electrical problems for many states, because as the water levels go, then they can't run the power like they normally can because they don't have enough water. It's really sad what's going on right now with all of this. And it's not like winter provided them enough water to really fill up the lake and the rivers. So imagine this, as this lake continues to dry up and they start to find more and more. How many bodies have mafiosos killed in that lake? How many are buried? That's a crazy story, dude. Okay? That's a crazy story. Wow. Salt would preserve them in the ocean. LOL. It would? I thought it would eat everything up eventually. Any pro killer knows oceans, not lakes. Come on. Sleeping with the fishes are coming to light. Guess the mob didn't only bury the problems in the desert. No. Risky Business started it all. And Rebecca De Mornay, another great movie. Although, he was in Taps before that. He was a complimentary actor because Timothy Hutton was the lead guy in Taps. Wasn't he in Rumble? Was he in Rumblefish? Wasn't he in Rumblefish? I want to say Cruz. Or am I getting him confused with what's the name of the other guy that's also very popular in those days? Matt Dillon. That's who I'm getting him confused with, right? Was he in it? Let me see. What a lineup. Matt Dillon, Mickey Rourke, Vince Spano, Diane Lane, Nicolas Cage, and Dennis Hopper. Damn, dude. Rumblefish had it. It was The Outsiders. Was he in The Outsiders? That's what it was. I think he was in The Outsiders. I want to say that's where, you see, where is it? Here it is. Yes, exactly. That's where I got it. So Taps and The Outsiders, I saw him before, obviously Risky Business was, you're right. It was his coming of age explosion and all that. The Outsiders, C. Thomas Howell, Matt Dillon, Ralph Macchio, Patrick Swayze, Rob Lowe, Diane Lane, Emilio Estevez, Tom Cruise, and Leif Garrett. Okay. What a lineup, dude. What a freaking lineup in The Outsiders. That was one of the few books I read in high school. That's one of the few books I've read in my life. I don't read a lot of books. The Outsiders. Yeah, they forced me in 10th grade to read 2 books, and they forced me to read Grapes of Wrath as one of them, so I got to choose the other. I picked The Outsiders. So there you go. Mike No Go Zone says all of this Las Vegas Mafia talk makes me want to watch Casino again. Well, there's that scene, right, where De Niro's standing in the desert. I always hated these desert meetings and all that, right? Yeah. Yes, we got a little basketball tonight. And you know what that means? It's our liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
Heidi, tonight at 9:30, and I got to tell you, I got to be honest with you, I have not been good in our matchups of the night. If you've been going against my picks, you have made a lot of money. That's all I can tell you. But in our liquor split matchup of the night, the Warriors are favored by 4. The Grizz, the over and under is 218.5. I'm going to look up right now to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that John Morant is probably out for tonight's game. And right now, they are favored by 4 points, Golden State. The over and under is 218.5. And the Warriors are minus 175 on the money line, and the Grizzlies are plus 150. Right now, the news on John Morant is this. Let's give it to you right now because I'm pulling it up just to make sure. He has been ruled out of Game 5 against the Warriors and is considered doubtful for the remainder of the playoffs with the right knee bone bruise. So now you know that he's officially out. I like the Warriors here minus 4. They were gritty the last time out. I just think the Warriors will take care of business. It's 3-1. It's insurmountable without John Morant. The Warriors got to know, hey, let's get some rest. This is our opportunity to finish these guys off. I'm going to lay the 4 points with the Warriors against the Grizz. That is my liquor split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download the Tap That app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
All right, folks, don't forget. There you go. Hit that like button. Need it. Podcasting, watching it on YouTube, always. God says he spent 30 on Luna. Why not, dude? If you can afford to throw away $30, dude, do it. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Right now, I'm making money if I feel like selling it. But I'm not. I'm going to wait. What the hell? Who cares? It's something that was at $100. You just never know. Stuart Copeland did the soundtrack for Rumblefish. Nice. He's done a few soundtracks, right? Copeland's that's kind of one of his things. Patrick Swayze also stood on a brick for some photos in The Outsiders. All right. What else do we have here? Oh, Sean, I need you to help me out here. Normally, and we'll be not this Friday because we'll be at Acura, but next Friday we'll be at KSDT. And When sports and business collide, we have something called the KSDT Sports Business Report, and Sean Stanley is going to help me out with this KSDT Sports Business Report. All righty, Sean. I am reading about something up your alley, buddy. WWE, the company leans on intellectual properties built around performers such as The Undertaker, Cena, Rock, etc. Well, now that COVID restrictions have eased, the media offerings are fueled in part of sponsorship dollars. WWE this year aims to fill football stadiums and expand its programming, according to Frank Riddick, the chief financial officer who took over in November after last week's earnings release. The company is making sponsorship a priority this year. In 21, WWE reported roughly $72 million combined for advertising and sponsorships in its media and live events businesses. WWE made more than $10 million in sponsorship fees alone for last month's marquee WrestleMania 38. So now analysts suggest that WWE is undervalued when it comes to sponsorship revenue, estimating that the company lures around $35 million per year from sponsorships. That's less than the combat sports company UFC, which attracts more than $100 million annually. So according to Guggenheim Partners, WWE lags behind UFC in overall popularity. Its fans are the most likely to notice sponsors, according to sponsorship consulting IEG. So 77% of WWE's fans are more likely to consume brands associated with the company. So now they get most of its revenue streams from media businesses, accounting for $278 million of its $333 million overall revenue in the quarter ending March 31st. Advertising and sponsorship revenue in the media segment grew 27% to $19.8 million from a year ago. So the company now is preparing a bunch of deals to increase its marketplace. Sean, looks like WWE is kind of looking, I think you've talked a little bit about this, that the other wrestling companies are kind of making some inroads. So it kind of sounds to me like WWE is going to try to plant its big old foot again and try to take a stranglehold. Walk us through this mess.
Well, this is something that they used to do a long time ago. You used to have pay-per-views that were sponsored by Snickers or, whatever else. They kind of went away from that when COVID started, but now you're starting to see replays are now sponsored. They have the progressive move of the night. They have, they're starting to get those inroads there too, because again, there is a lot of eyes on the product. You're looking at 1.9 million, on Friday nights, between 1.5, 1.7 on Monday night.
People.
There's a lot of eyes. The pay-per-views, of course. So again, it's gonna get, and then, like I said, a lot of it is geared toward kids, which ends up getting a lot of families watching. So then you have a lot of different advertisers. You got kid advertising, adult advertising, moms, dads. There's many inroads. They used to do it a lot back in, before COVID started. They went away from it. Now I think they're just going to start digging that back in, because again, they're making $55 million a pay-per-view. They do 2 events in Saudi Arabia a year. They're making $55 million each one. So this is just going to add to that revenue. Their revenue quarter one was $338 million. So this is just going to add to the machine that is already there.
There you go. When's the next wrestling show?
It'll be tonight.
There you go.
Tonight, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights. We are on here talking wrestling. We're back after the Vegas and the wedding weeks, and now we're back full force.
There you go. There you go. Are you disappointed you didn't find a body in Lake Mead?
No, I'm happy. I got to see Lake Mead. I need to see any extra bodies.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I saw enough bodies walking up and down the bridge.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? It's pretty amazing.
It is.
It is impressive. And the Pat Tillman Bridge, it's one of those things that you kind of get a little bit of goosebumps when you walk in. Obviously, for Sean being a military guy too, so it's a cool experience if you get to see it. It's sad too. I have to say it's sad because when you watch the water levels of where it's at and where the lake is at, and the repercussions that it has to that entire region of our country, man, it's disturbing. It really is. By the way, that is our KSDTCPA.com business report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at KSDTCPA.com or call 305-670-3370.
By the way, I saw this just before I got on Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction, October 8th at the Hard Rock Live. So I'm pretty sure probably tickets are going to go on sale this week or something. You may want to look up for it, but if you're a Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction fan, that's a pretty good show, October 8th at Hard Rock Live. All right. Is anyone really a relationship guru? Yeah. Sure, there are people that are good with relationships. Yeah, man. There are people that know how to communicate and bring people together. Obviously, Tom Brady must be pretty good at it. He gets people to believe in him, and he gets to lead them. So he must be pretty damn good at that. You know what I'm saying? So I think there are people that are gifted with that sense of being able to bring people together. Yeah. Yeah, communication. Some of us have that gift. I may not be one of them, but there are plenty of people out there. You know what I'm saying? I think Tim Tebow's that guy. And Tim Tebow's a guy that can bring people together. Maybe, for all kinds of things. Maybe not an NFL team because he needs the talent in order to kind of finish it off. But he looks like a guy that would reach multiple people and people would sacrifice for him. So I think there are people out there that are good at that kind of thing. Yeah. Let's see. Watch Kevin Samuels. He was a good one, but he told you things you didn't want to hear that were true. Exactly. That's part of it, isn't it? You are correct. By the way, let me see what we got here. Rick Love, thank you, sir. Thank you for the love on the Venmo. Appreciate you. Thank you. Very nice. Got to always check the Venmo and the Cash App because obviously those are the other ways that people contribute. He says, great show. Appreciate you and Sean. Keep up the work. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very nice of you. As always. Appreciate all of you out there for always supporting us. Carlos says, I would say absolutely yes. Some people are better at communication and controlling their emotions than other. Both are key to maintaining relationships and resolving conflicts. It's very important, man. That is very important. All right, let me see what else. Any questions here? Because I'm close to wrapping it up. You guys got anything for me before I wrap it up here on the show? Any kind of questions on your mind? I can answer one or two here, if anything. But I appreciate all of you out there. As always, smash the hell out of the like button, whether you're listening on the podcast or watching here on YouTube. Appreciate you all out there. We thank Iron Clay and we thank Ian Rappaport also on the show. How many primetime games do you think the Dolphins will get? 2. They'll get a Thursday and they'll get a Sunday. Yeah. I think they'll get 2. Not more than that. Our boys will have to have that year this year. And then I think next year, then people will buy into everything. And I think they'll get a couple more. But maybe 2 this year. A Thursday that everybody gets. And maybe they throw us in a Sunday. Something like that. Did you see it? DeSantis made November 7th and Communist Survival Day, and also is now infusing survivors of communism in schools. Yeah, that's all really nice showboat stuff. You know, if you want to buy the bullshit, you can go buy the bullshit, my brother. You know, that's because they really could never do anything about what's actually going on in the island, but they act like it, so they throw the proverbial bone to get you to vote. Whatever, my man. If you want to fall for the dog and pony show, you can fall for the dog and pony show. But it's, I told you when they were doing that bullshit, right? When they were all standing by the Freedom Tower, oh, we got to do this for the Cuban people. They're not going to do anything. They can't do anything. They didn't do anything in the Bay of Pigs. They didn't do anything in the 80s, and they're not going to do anything now. But they'll talk you up, and they'll talk you up, and they'll give you the fluff and the fluff so they can reel you in. But in the end, they're really not doing anything. Man, I tell you, it's this world is just, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors, man. And just too many fall for the stuff that isn't any of substance. It's a shame. Dose up on the lemon and honey. I drank it all. I'm done. I usually have like a cup or 2 left after the show, and then I'll have it after, today I completely ran out. Let's see. 6193, 3 options. 1, you marry. 1, you are only friends, and 1, you dumped. Oh, you marry 1 and the other one are friends, and 1 you dumped. Okay, so Salma Hayek, Halle Berry, and Rosalind Sanchez. Okay. All right. I'm dumping Rosalind Sanchez. That's like the easiest thing in the world. I'm marrying Halle Berry, and sadly, I'm only friends with Salma Hayek. You made it kind of easy for me, to be honest. The Rosalind, she's a pretty woman, but not in those categories. Rosalind Sanchez, good-looking woman. She's nowhere near Salma Hayek and Halle Berry. Those are some of God's greatest creations. Some people may think it's like, Grand Canyon. Some people may think it's the Eiffel Tower. So I don't know. Some people may think it's Mount Kilimanjaro. Maybe it's reaching the moon. No. The creation of Halle Berry beats any Egyptian pyramid. Are you kidding me? There's no Sphinx. It's a Halle. Not even close. Come on. And Salma Hayek, oh my God. Oh, Halle's had 3 or 4 husbands. She's crazy. You sure you want to marry her? Every second of every day. Can I be dumped by Halle Berry? You still went to the youth fair. You still went to Disney World. You still rode Space Mountain several times. Didn't you have fun? Aren't they great memories being on Space Mountain? Just saying. Just saying. Sometimes there's success in failure. Okay? So Halle Berry divorced me. Okay? But I was married to Halle Berry. I mean, that in itself, my man, is it's the accomplishment that you need. That's all. It's on the resume forever. Who are you married? Oh, I was married to Halle Berry. Trust me, that conversation, wherever you're at in the world, you were married to Halle Berry. Was it like an octagon in that bedroom? That kind of stuff. I'm just saying. Selma beats Barry. To each his own. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm a monster Selma Hayek fan, so I could understand the man that wants Selma over Halle. Those curves are, those are amazing curves. She's got more curves, so I get it. Selma Hayek is like that sign that has dangerous curves ahead. That's Selma Hayek. So I totally understand. Angelina Jolie, no body, bro. She's just beautiful face and top. Hips down. Un cubano. We don't go for that, bro. Hips don't lie, man. I got to have hips. My women got to be shaped like a guitar. So she's never done it for me. She's a very beautiful woman and all that, but that's not my style. Once you get to the hips and they're like this, no. Go look at Girl Interrupted and go look at Hackers, and you'll see she has no body. That's why they try to show her from waist up as much as possible, because she has no hips, no ass, no nothing. So, not that I'm speaking for the brothers in general, but I'm going to stereotype for the Latins and the brothers in general. We like curves. We got to have curves. And Angelina has no curves, man. No curves. So that's the only problem, at least for us Hispanic boys and the brothers out there. They'll tell you we got to have some curves. Few of us will go for the skinny poles, but most of us will want the curves. It's just the way. It's the way we were brought up, man. Got to have that rice and beans, baby. I remember we had this argument years ago when it was Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston. And I always chose Jennifer Aniston over Angelina Jolie because of the same thing. Jennifer has a body and Angelina does not. You know what I mean? So it was just one of those deals. And that was always a heated discussion between guys at times. Teresa Ruiz is my new crush. Where have I heard that name? Is that the girl from NFL Network? Are you talking? Is that the one? The curvaceous one? Is that the girl? Because there is a girl on NFL Network that is very curvaceous. I think that's her name. I'm not exactly sure. So, Dougie Fresh, is that who you're talking about? The one on NFL Network? Because I'm trying to remember. The Wayne experience says, tell him, Big O, we like the booty. Yeah. It's just one of those things, bro. Hips don't lie. Yes. Yes. Brothers and Spanish dudes, we need them curves. Yeah. Yep. And by the way, it goes for the Latin brothers and the Anglo brothers. Okay, along with the Latins. In general, we're curved out people. I don't even know if that's proper English, but that's who we are. No, a famous Mexican actress. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I got to give props to the lady in the NFL Network. She's a curvy lady. So there you go. All right. So enough of the curves. Enough of everything. Just watch Latino TV weather segments. Just saying. Yeah, that'll kind of get you going. Definitely. Jennifer Jason Leigh was wonderful in Fast Times. But it's still about what's her name? She still has that's still the most iconic 80s scene ever with what's her name? Kevin Kline's wife. I don't know how I'm forgetting Phoebe Cates. So that's still the most, and she was so good looking. Got to tell you. Former Dolphin cheerleader MJ Acosta Ruiz. Right, she is. Yes. Yes. That's it. Curves is a necessity, says Ray in Spanish. I remember when Mandich used to say that you have to eat 2 dinners to got to have something more cushion for I got you. Yes. Like we say in the PR, arroz con carne. You guys are a trip. All right. I'm out of here. Voice ain't going to get any better. We've done what we can do today. I tried. Thanks to Sean Stanley, as always, Ira and Clay, and, of course, Ian Rappaport. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be live at Hialeah Park. I feel good. It's just got to clear up the throat and hopefully one more day of rest, and we'll be there. We'll see you tomorrow. Y'all be good. Much love.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.